Full count, 1 out, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase the splitter low, and with a little bit of help, Kevin Gausman punches out Polanco, 2 down in the bottom of the first. Eugenio Suarez to the plate, 1 out, the pitch. And Suarez Jackson, left field, and Lucas in a run back to the wall. It's gone. Eugenio Suarez with a solo home run in the bottom of the second, and the Mariners take the lead in Game 5 of the ALCS, 1-0. It's been a long at-bat, 7 pitches seen by Rivas. Here's pitch 8. And he got him. Swing and a miss on a splitter below the zone. Gausman strikes out Rivas, but the Mariners strike for the first run of the game. Eugenio Suarez launches a solo home run on a fastball over the middle, and Seattle leads 1-0 as we go to the third. Ollie swings the bat below his knees twice and then brings it up to his left shoulder. 1 out, base is empty. The payoff pitch. He got him. Kevin Gausman strikes out Cal Raleigh, fighting back from down 3-0 to set him down on a splitter. 2 outs. Gausman offers. And he got him. He did triple up on the splitter. The pitch in the dirt. Kirk applies the tag. And that ends the bottom of the third. A really nice bounce-back inning for Gausman. 1-2-3. Punching out Raleigh and Polanco to keep it 1-0 Mariners. We head to the fourth. It's 2-0 with Barger on second. The pitch. Springer hits it high and deep. Left center field. Rodriguez sprinting back at the wall. It's off the base of the fence. In to score Barger. Springer into second. They pitch to him, and he delivers with a game-tying double. Springer slapping his hands down on second. It's 1-1 in the top of the fifth.
That's a mistake. Off the bat, George Springer actually thought that he got that ball. But with that base open at first base, you have to be careful with a guy like George Springer. Like I said, Nathan Lucas is swinging the bat well, but he's not George Springer. You be careful with George Springer, and if you end up walking him, move on to the next guy. That's a big mistake from the Seattle Mariners pitching staff.
The 1-1. Clement flips a line drive to shallow right center, a base hit. Kirk around third. He'll get the wave. Throw from Canzone, way up the line. Kirk scores. Clement into second. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the sixth. Ernie delivers, and Kirk on his horse to give the Blue Jays the lead.
That was a last-second decision from third base coach Carlos Fablis. He was watching how right fielder Dominic Canzone would field that baseball. It wasn't a clean fielding job by him out there. He was looking towards second base when he fielded it. Carlos Fablis waves Alejandro Kirk home, and he actually got home pretty easily for the second run of the ball game for the Toronto Blue Jays.
2-1 Blue Jays, 2 on, 2 out, bottom of the sixth. The 2-1 pitch. And it's off the end of the bat, a bouncer to third. Clement charges to grab it, throws across to first. Big pitch, and a fist pump by Louis Varland. He strands a pair to keep the Blue Jays in front. Varland's pitch. Check swing on a pitch in the dirt. Appeal to third, he got him. Doug Eddings rings up Dominic Canzone. And Canzone just walks back to the dugout instead of trying to go down to first on the drop third strike. There's 1 out. Varland's 1-2. He got him. Stuck with the curve in the dirt. Tag applied by Kirk. And the 7th is in the books. Louis Varland punches out 2 in a 1-2-3 inning. And the Blue Jays charge into the 8th, leading 2-1 in Game 5 of the championship series. Spire facing Ernie Clement, and the lefty's pitch. Clement smokes it out to left field. Arozarena going back on the warning track. Reaches for the fence. Leads. It is caught. Randy Arozarena with home run robbery. Played it off nonchalant until he flipped it back in. And who knows how large that will loom in this game. I think that gets over the wall, maybe off the top of the fence, if Arozarena doesn't bring it in instead. It's an incredible play for the second out of the inning. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field and deep. Straw curling on the warning track. Reaching for the fence. He leaps and it's gone. Cal Raleigh ties it with a solo home run, and it's madness in Seattle. Fell behind 2-0. The sinker was right over the middle, and Raleigh holding the tried it in his left hand, hits his 4th home run of the postseason. We got a new game with no outs in the bottom of the 8th. Polanco on 3rd, Naylor 2nd, Arozarena 1st. Another 2-2. And it's lifted out to right and deep. Racing back, Lucas, looking up at the fence. It's gone. A grand slam. Eugenio Suarez with his 2nd long ball of the game. And the Mariners blasted wide open. They lead 6-2. Munoz set. 0-2 pitch. Hit off the mound, a bouncer to short. Crawford gloves. He'll throw to first. It bounces, dug out by Naylor. And the Mariners win the game. They come back late and win 6-2 over the Blue Jays to take a 3-2 series lead.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
They have to be available.
Yeah, they know. Again, I think postseason is different than regular season for sure, but I think that they know it's all hands on deck. You know what I mean? We're not worrying about tomorrow. You're worrying about today, you know? If you don't worry about today, there is no tomorrow. So, yeah, they'll be ready for anything. I think that they have been for a while.
Also want to ask you, look, the team values your opinion. They love what you have to say. The country loves what you have to say. Moments before the team goes out on the field tonight, what is your message going to be to the team? What is your motivational speech? What are you going to say?
Don't have a motivational speech. The message is the exact same every day. Be you and enjoy the moment. You know what I mean? We're one of 3 teams left, you know? So when we play really well, every single guy in that clubhouse is being who they are, nothing more, nothing less. And that's going to continue to be the message as long as we play this year. That's it. You have to enjoy the moment. You know what I mean? This is what we all sacrifice for. This is what we all work for. I said it yesterday. We've won 1 game in a row 99 times this year. So we got a pretty good chance to do it again.
John, can I ask you to zoom out and end of September 2024, if someone had told you that October 19th, 2025, you'd be in a Game 6 ALCS at home, what would you have said?
I'll take it. You know what I mean? I'll take it. We've done a lot of work behind the scenes to improve ourselves, roster, improve our communication, improve our processes, all that kind of stuff. This is why you do it. You know what I mean? How you get there always gets magnified and scrutinized, you know. But when you look at a chance to play in front of our crowd on October 19th, when most of the league is sitting at home, you take it. You know what I mean? So you have to enjoy it. You have to be proud of the things you've done to get here. But again, if you told me that last year or day 1 of spring training, if you say, hey, you got a shot to win 2 games at home to go to the World Series, sign me up every time.
That is John Schneider, the skipper, with the media earlier this afternoon. I'm Shoat Ali here at the Rogers Center. Before we get you back to Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue, let's get to those starting lineups. We are just a few minutes away from first pitch. For the Blue Jays, George Springer is batting leadoff. He is DHing. Nathan Lucas is batting second. He is in left field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is batting third. He is at first base. Alejandro Kirk is batting cleanup. He is catching today. Dalton Varsho's in center field batting fifth. Batting sixth, Ernie Clement. He is at third base. Addison Barger is batting seventh in right field. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is batting eighth. He is at second base. And Andres Jimenez is batting ninth. He is at shortstop. Yesavage, of course, starts for the Blue Jays. For Dan Wilson's Mariners, Julio Rodriguez bats leadoff. He's in center field. Cal Raleigh is batting second. He is catching. Jorge Polanco is DHing. He is batting third. Batting cleanup is Josh Naylor. He is at first base. Randy Arozarena is batting fifth. He is in left field. Eugenio Suarez is batting sixth. He's at third base. J.P. Crawford is batting seventh. He is at shortstop. Dominic Canzone is batting eighth. He's in right field. And batting ninth at second base is Leo Rivas. Logan Gilbert will pitch for the Blue Jays today as Don Mattingly takes the lineup card out to the umpires at home plate. That means we are just about ready for Game 6 of the American League Championship Series here at the Rogers Center. First pitch scheduled for 8:03 p.m. Eastern, 5:03 p.m. Pacific, so just a few minutes away from first pitch. So let's get you over to the guys calling all the action here, right here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. Show a wild scene at Rogers Center as Jose Bautista came out to throw out the first pitch on his birthday, by the way. Happy birthday to him, and hype up this Rogers Center crowd. Chris, they're looking for noise tonight, are the Blue Jays, and early on with many of the fans continuing to stand through pregame ceremonies, it seems like that environment's going to be here.
Yeah, it's always fun in Toronto when you're playing a game of this magnitude. Blue Jays are used to a crowd like this, energy like this. They just played 3 games in Seattle where it was absolutely insane. The walls were shaking when something big would happen for the Mariners, and I expect no different today. The Blue Jays, from the guys I spoke to today on the field, they are very excited to play in front of some energy, and they're very excited to give the crowd something to cheer about.
Crowd's starting to get into it right now because the Blue Jays are about to come out onto the diamond. Blue Jays will be in their all-whites today with the throwback white panel front caps. The Mariners in their aquamarines and gray pants. Both of these teams have a ton of respect for each other. Cal Raleigh had talked about how good the Blue Jays are coming off of the win over the Blue Jays in Game 5 earlier in the series. Chris Bassett ahead of Game 3 spoke about how much they respected it. This is going to be a hard-fought battle. Both of these teams deserve to be in the spot they're in. They're clearly the top 2 teams in the American League right now, and that's why they're in it. And we are expecting, a lot of guys I talked to today, they're expecting a close game here where 1 or 2 plays might come down to whether the Mariners advance or we see a Game 7 in Toronto.
Yeah, and it all comes down to taking advantage of mistakes that the opposing team makes. There probably won't be many mistakes today, and that's why it's so important to take advantage of them, whether it's an error on the defense, whether it's a fastball over the heart of the plate. You have to take advantage of those mistakes. And again, John Schneider said it best. He said, be you, don't try to do too much, and enjoy it. I could not have said it better myself. Go out there and be exactly who you are, but don't forget to enjoy the moment. Who knows when the next time you'll be back here, whether it's with the Blue Jays, whether it's with the Mariners, whether it's with anybody else in the league. Just go out there and soak it all in.
Blue Jays charge out onto the field, and the crowd gets loud for the home team. With the Blue Jays defense running out behind him, Yesavage walks to the hill. The 22-year-old kid is making the start here. He is the youngest ever pitcher to start a postseason game for the Blue Jays by about 2 years behind Aaron Sanchez. And with only 3 regular season starts under his belt, that is the fewest amount of regular season time for a starting pitcher in a postseason game. Yet he seems to have the makeup to be someone who won't be faced by what is a monumental moment like this.
Yeah, it's tough to expect him to go out there and be comfortable. But if anybody can do it at 22 years old, I expect him to be able to handle how important this situation, not only for the Blue Jays, but for Toronto and for Canada. He's been great. He's been okay. I think it all comes down to the mechanics and the release point. If he has that release point out in front, gets on top of the split finger, he'll be okay.
Last start against Seattle for Yesavage was in Game 2 on the 13th. 4 innings, 4 hits, 5 earned runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Couple things happened there in talking to him after it. Obviously, he got real hard done by in the first inning. Randy Arozarena was gifted first base on what should have been strike 3 earlier in an at-bat, and then Cal Raleigh walked, and that inning devolved from there. And then he also felt like it was just the difference of a couple pitches. After that tough hit batter to Arozarena and then the walk, leaves a splitter over the middle. Julio Rodriguez hit a 3-run homer before there was an out. He felt like after that he really pitched to kind of his game. We'll see if he has it from pitch 1 here in this start as Rodriguez gets into the box. It's Game 6 of the American League Championship Series. The Seattle Mariners a game away from their first ever World Series appearance. The Blue Jays trying to keep this season going and force a Game 7 in Toronto tomorrow night. Yesavage waiting just off to the first base side of the rubber. And now Rodriguez will step into the righty batter's box. Yesavage brings the glove to his stomach. Still waiting on the OK signal from DJ Rayburn behind home plate. He's holding his right arm up, and he points out to Yesavage, who waits on Rodriguez. Right-hander into the wide. Kick in the pitch. And it's hit high in the air center. Varsho started in, now backpedaling. He'll make the grab. 1 pitch, 1 out. Pretty good start to the game for Yesavage.
Yeah, and that's really important. It helps a pitcher feel comfortable. It lets you kind of settle the nerves a little bit. Not a great pitch. Missed his spot actually by quite a bit, but it was a fastball that got in on the hands of Julio Rodriguez. A very important first out for Yesavage.
Especially with the guy coming up right now, the 60-homer man, Cal Raleigh. Lays the bat down on the dirt, stands up tall. Switch hitters batting left. 1 out, Yesavage deals, and it's in the dirt, ball 1. Time of the first pitch, by the way, was 8:04 Eastern. Roof closed. It's been rainy in downtown Toronto today. Yesavage, 2 pitches into the start, nods into Alejandro Kirk. Glove up to his face. Into the wind, 1-0. Check swing. Pitch called a strike by DJ Rayburn. Slider caught the top of the zone. It's 1-1.
I want to say that slider backed up, but that's just how it moves.
1-1 pitch. On the ground toward first, hook's foul. Vladdy was still on it, but from foul territory, he fakes a throw to Yesavage and dumps the ball away, 1-2.
That splitter caught a lot of the plate. Cal Raleigh was just out in front of it a little bit. If you're going to throw another splitter here to a guy like Cal Raleigh, it has to be below the strike zone. You have to get on top of it. Again, I've said this before, you can't let Aaron Judge beat you, and you can't let Cal Raleigh beat you.
No score, nobody on top of the first with 1 out. The 1-2. Just high and outside with a fastball at 95. Home plate up is DJ Rayburn. At first base, Ryan Addison. Doug Eddings at second and Ben May at third. Down the left field line, the crew chief Alfonso Marquez. And down the right field line, Marvin Hudson. Raleigh had just asked for time. Steps back in the lefty box. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. On a slider, Yesavage gets Raleigh. 2 outs in the top of the first.
That's another missed spot. Alejandro Kirk was actually tapping the ground. He wanted that slider below the strike zone, but Cal Raleigh thought fastball actually in that count and was way out in front of that good slider that caught a little bit too much of the plate.
Relied on the movement more than the location on that one. 2 outs. Jorge Polanco up, another switch hitter batting left. Yesavage kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. That's his best splitter so far. Landed right on the bottom outside corner.
Seems like he's got a really good feel for that split finger, something he didn't have in the first inning in his last start.
2 out, space is empty, and the 0-1. Outside. This first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The 1-1. Hit high in the air, deep right field. Going back, Barger onto the warning track, slows up and makes the grab. It's a scoreless 1-2-3 top of the first for Yesavage. 2 flyouts and a strikeout of Raleigh sets up the Blue Jays with Springer, Lucas, and Guerrero against Logan Gilbert when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
At Hyundai, we want to make buying a car as simple and convenient as possible. That's why this Sunday, October 19th, select Hyundai dealers are opening their doors an extra day for you. Get up to $750 off select in-stock vehicles, and you can lease an Elantra for $65 weekly at 6.49%. Hurry, these offers won't last long. Conditions apply. Elantra down payment is $3,395 for 48 months. Visit HyundaiCanada.com or your local dealer for details.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Called strike three, and the ball game is over.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young are our technical directors. Win or stay home. That is what's on the line right now for the Blue Jays. Here at Rogers Center, Game 6 of the ALCS. They trail the series 3-2. But they're in a scoreless game as we go to the bottom of the first. Because Yesavage set down the side in order in the top half, George Springer comes up in a 0-0 game against Logan Gilbert.
That's good news for the Toronto Blue Jays. Yesavage missed a spot a couple of times in that inning, but he looked relaxed. That's the most important thing.
Now a big challenge for the Blue Jays to get to Gilbert, one of the steadiest Mariners pitchers there is. Fans all rising to their feet, waving their towels as George Springer comes up to the plate. Gilbert steps onto the first base side of the rubber, holds the glove at his right hip. A deep breath and shoulder shrug. He steps back, kicks, and deals. First pitch up and in, ball one.
That four-seam fastball from Gilbert was 97, averages about 95 and a half with that pitch.
And need we remind you, George Springer's last plate appearance, he took 97 on the right knee, but he is back 2 days later in Game 6. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Big hack there on a hanging slider. Gilbert gets away with a mistake. 1-1. 28-year-old Logan Gilbert has a really tricky motion to pick up on. Long-limbed 6'6" righty gets way down the mound. 1-1. Popped up foul, 97 on the edge, and the foul ball lands in the seats over the first base dugout. It's 1-2.
Yeah, he's got one of those funky deliveries that you definitely don't teach young players.
He starts his glove at his hip. He swings it violently up to his right cheek, and then gets almost all the way down the hill, releasing it way forward of the rubber. The 1-2. Fouled off, 98 at the top of the zone. Much better juice for Gilbert in this start than the last one in Game 2. He was coming off only 2 days rest from a relief appearance in Game 2. Now he gets 5 days rest. He pitched 6 days ago. Ahead of Springer, a ball and 2 strikes. Gilbert steps, kicks, and fires. And Springer pounds it foul down the right field line. Home run distance on the slicer that ends up under Jose Bautista's name in the 200 level. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
Little bit late on that fastball, but you could tell the approach was the right approach, trying to go the other way on that really tough fastball that might have been off the plate.
Here's pitch 6. And it's low. Tough take there by George Springer. The slider just barely broke below the zone. 2-2.
Logan Gilbert definitely has great stuff.
Quietly one of the best in the game for the Mariners. His 2-2. Up and in, ball 3. Curveball hung up there. A couple of his breaking balls have missed high. It's 3-2.
And how about that? Already 7 pitches in this outing for Logan Gilbert. Doesn't have an out yet.
Likely short leashes on both sides tonight, with this game meaning so much to both franchises. With Nathan Lucas waiting on deck in a full count, Gilbert unleashes an 8th pitch to George Springer. And it's popped up foul, first base side, long run Naylor, and it'll get down off the sidewall foul. Naylor was shifted toward third base, had to run back in the direction of first into foul territory and didn't get there in time. So Springer will see a 9th.
Yeah, if he's playing where he normally plays, I'm pretty sure he gets to that foul ball, and there's one out in this inning. I think the Blue Jays got away with one there.
It's a real nice battle being put up by George Springer to start this game. 8 pitches seen so far. Gilbert comes at him with another 3-2. And he broke his bat on a looper, foul territory third, caught by Eugenio Suarez with the sawed-off bat flying in his direction as well. 1 out. Springer puts up a good fight, but Suarez makes a nice play in foul ground.
That was actually a backup slider. That's why George Springer broke his bat. He expected that pitch to break a little bit more than it did, and it backed up into the hands of George Springer and absolutely shattered the bat. The bat actually almost hit Eugenio Suarez while he was trying to make that play. A big first out for Logan Gilbert.
Sneaky good play by Suarez at third. 1 out. Suarez comes into the infield turf with Nathan Lucas up, and the pitch. Called high, probably had the zone. We're still learning what it'll look like from DJ Rayburn tonight. It's 1-0. Nathan Lucas, a .333 hitter in the postseason. 10 for 30, 3 doubles, 7 RBIs. 1-0. Called strike, slider right over the middle. And again, another breaking ball that's kind of spun in there early on for Gilbert. It is hard not to sit fastball with him. He's mid to upper 90s. 1-1. 96, just down and away. Raleigh trying to rip it into the zone, but it's ball 2, 2-1.
Logan Gilbert's thrown a couple of good fastballs in this at bat already. That one just outside.
He's 12 pitches into his start, and he unloads with a 2-1. And Lucas lines it over the head of Josh Naylor down in shallow right. Lucas around first. He'll stop right there. He's got a 1-out single and is the first base runner of this game.
That's a tough pitch to get to. It was a fastball at 96 up around the hands, but Nathan Lucas was able to get the hands through, find a way to get the barrel to it. Didn't hit it all that hard, but got enough of it to muscle it over the outstretched glove of Josh Naylor at first base.
Lucas getting on is big because it makes it pretty tough for them to pitch around Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who is up right now.
I don't think they will. They can't now.
From the stretch, Gilbert kicks and deals. First pitch fouled back 97 down the middle, and Vlad took a more than healthy cut at that one, 0-1.
That's a dangerous location if you're Logan Gilbert. They were not trying to throw that pitch down the middle, I'll tell you that much.
Runner on first, 1 out, the 0-1. Low. Very comfortable take by Guerrero on that four-seamer in the dirt.
Seems like the approach so far, at least early on, is see him up. If that pitch is down at the bottom of that strike zone, you just take it.
A lot of fastball splitter from Gilbert, slider too, and he's going to throw the slider and splitter down. So if you want the heater, stay up in the zone. 1-1. Bouncing ball back to the hill, just past Gilbert, waiting on it at second. Rivas gets the 1 out. He won't get the second. Guerrero beats it out to first and then slams down something into the ground. I think his thumb protector. Fielder's choice for Vladdy. He's on first with 2 outs.
How about that ground ball? I think Vlad was actually fooled by that pitch, but it just trickled right to second base. And Leo Rivas didn't have to do much. He was just standing on second base, fielded the ground ball, made a throw to first base, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. beat it pretty easily.
Rivas ended up getting the out comfortably, but it was hit so softly. Phil's a little anxious. He was waiting on it at second a long time, but Lucas with the slide couldn't beat it out. So Lucas back to the dugout, Guerrero leading off first, and Alejandro Kirkup with 2 outs. Gilbert set, glove at his chest. And he offers. Kirk swats a high fastball foul out of play, right side. It's 0-1.
This is the perfect guy, I think, for Alejandro Kirk. I like this matchup. Logan Gilbert throws hard. He throws a lot of elevated pitches and pitches outside. And Alejandro Kirk has shown that he likes going the other way.
The 0-1 pitch. Kirk lifts the ball. Right field and deep. Racing back to the corner can zone. And it's foul. Oh, so close to being out of here. And I think something the Blue Jays will at least take a look at or ask the umpires to look at. That ball was slicing toward the foul netting, and John Schneider is peering at DeMarlo Hale. He rolls the right finger saying no challenge. But boy, was that close. It hit off the wall in front of the foul netting there that's in place of the pole, about 3 feet wide of the yellow line.
Yeah, watching the replay, very clearly foul, so that's why the Blue Jays didn't want to take a look at it. But Alejandro Kirk with a good approach. I just mentioned that he likes going the other way on hard pitches, and he's very good at getting to that elevated pitch as well. He's shown that over the course of this season, and he almost did it there.
That was 96 on the bottom outside corner. He nearly took it out. Alejandro Kirk has 3 home runs in this playoff run. He's driven in 7. No score, bottom of the first inning, Game 6 of the American League Championship Series. With 2 outs, Vladdy leads off first, held on by Naylor, and Gilbert sets looking in at Kirk. 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him on a nasty splitter. Gilbert punches out Kirk to end the first inning. No runs on a hit. 1 left for the Blue Jays. We go scoreless into the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball en la radio de Sportsnet.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Downtown Toronto is the scene of Game 6 of the American League Championship Series. Everything on the line for the Blue Jays and the Mariners, really. Seattle in pole position right now, trying to get to their first ever World Series. The Blue Jays, expansion cousins of the Mariners in 1977, trying to force this to a Game 7 and keep this surprise dream season going. And after the first inning, no score, Chris, both starters look pretty sharp early on.
They both look like they've settled in nicely. Obviously, there's going to be a couple of speed bumps here and there, but Logan Gilbert looked fantastic. Yesavage looked fantastic. I mean, this is going to be a well-pitched ball game, I can only assume.
Gilbert had to deal with some traffic and a base hit. Yesavage probably dealt with harder contact, but he retired the top third of the Mariners' order on 9 pitches. So when he deals to Josh Naylor to start this inning, it'll just be his 10th. Naylor, the left-handed hitter from Mississauga, steps into the box. He's had a real nice second half and playoff run with Seattle. The pitch, swing and a miss. Starts him with a splitter right at the bottom edge of the zone, 0-1.
I say stay right there, just a little bit lower. Naylor has shown that he swings at pitches outside of the strike zone in this series.
Yeah, he's a big chase guy. He doesn't strike out a lot, but he will put a lot of tough-to-hit pitches in play. Yesavage waiting on him, and the 0-1. Fouled back. Sped him up to 94 with a heater. That was a hittable pitch, but Naylor clearly late on it. It's 0-2.
And now Josh Naylor is probably thinking they'll mix in the split finger here. That's when you throw the fastball elevated above the strike zone.
2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. They went to the splitter in an unhittable location, and Naylor fished for it down and away. 1 out.
It almost seemed like Josh Naylor was completely lost. He didn't know if it was going to be the elevated fastball. He didn't know if it was going to be the split finger, and that was a really, really awkward swing from Naylor.
Second strikeout of the start for Trey Yesavage, who set a Blue Jays postseason record in the DS with 11 against the Yankees. And play stopped briefly by DJ Rayburn. Now Yesavage back to the top of the hill, looking in at Randy Arozarena, the right-handed hitting left fielder for Seattle. First pitch. Called strike. Fit the slider in with arm side movement. One of the few guys in baseball who gets almost forkball movement on the slider. He dropped it to the inner half. It's 0-1. He kicks in the 0-1. Inside with a fastball. Arozarena turned back and actually stepped back out of the way. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's a good location. I've said this a number of times over the season, but when you get good power hitters like Arozarena, you have to show inside.
Now Kirk moves to the outer half. 1-1. Swing and a miss. In this series, they've gone away with breaking balls a ton. Got a lot of swing and miss from Arozarena, but that was as awkward of a swing as they've seen from him all series.
That was even more awkward than Josh Naylor's swing.
Now, you didn't need the super slow-mo. 1-2. Lifted deep down the left field line. That ball's hooking foul. Out of play. About 20 feet in front of the wall and way left from fair territory. That one settles into the sea of powder and royal blue. Still 1-2. 1 out, bases empty. Infield shift to third. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Yesavage has punched out 2 in a row and 3 of the first 5. 2 down.
Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. On now for a limited time, all-you-can-eat classic Angus burgers for just $14.99. You heard that right. Visit stlouiswings.com for full details. You are welcome.
No other Major League Baseball games going on. The Dodgers in the World Series. Here's the pitch to Eugenio Suarez, and it's outside ball 1. But in the world of hockey, the Vancouver Canucks won 4-3. Canadians are the baseball team over the Capitals today. 1-0. Suarez pops it up, foul out of play, 1-1. And that was in Washington. The Canucks win 4-3, and the Oilers lost on the road to Detroit 4-2.
You know what, Ben? I'm glad you have baseball on your mind.
Yeah, it's not time for hockey yet. Out of town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Eugenio Suarez, who punished the Blue Jays in Game 5, up in a 1-1 count, and he will take a strike, top of the zone, with an off-speed pitch from Yesavage. Drop the slider in to make it 1-2, and the fans get up again as Yesavage tries to strike out the side. No score, top of the second. The wind, and the 1-2. Just outside. Could see Gino's hands twitch a little bit, but he held back on that slider. That was about a ball, maybe half a ball off the plate. The 2-2. Line foul left side. Off the fist, that one looped softly into the seats down the line. Still 2-2.
He has thrown some floating sliders in this inning. He has thrown some floating split fingers. At some point, he'll have to start getting on top of those pitches, or he's going to get himself into trouble.
Two again. Called strike 3. 94 at the knees. Yesavage punches out the Mariners in the top of the second, and the Blue Jays try and take that momentum into the bottom half. No score. Blue Jays and Mariners. 4 strikeouts for Trey Yesavage, including getting the side in the top of the second. We'll be back from Rogers Center in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
One pitch is hit high. No way. Varsho's done it again.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yesavage strikes out the side in the top of the second inning, and this crowd is going again. Bottom of the second, Game 6 of the American League Championship Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. It's been a fun environment so far, Chris, and we'll see if the Blue Jays can take that momentum perhaps from the Yesavage strike out of the side and channel it into some offense here in the second inning against Logan Gilbert.
Well, in that first inning, they put together some good at-bats. Didn't get a run in that first inning, but they elevated the pitch count just a little bit. Let's see if they can continue that here in the second inning.
Worth noting, Logan Gilbert has 7 career starts against the Blue Jays regular and postseason to a 5.30 ERA and a 3.04 average for the Blue Jays against him collectively. He'll face Dalton Varsho to begin the bottom of the second, a right-on-left matchup. Here's the first pitch. Called strike, slider, hung over the outer third. It's 0-1. That's probably the type of pitch you're looking for if you're Varsho. The high heat is not what he tends to drive most. Probably looking for a slider or splitter. 0-1. Swing and a line drive. Sinking toward left center. Down in the gap. Cut off. No, off the glove of Rodriguez. Varsho taking off for second. He'll slide in there. Whether it's a double or a hit and an error, either way, Dalton Varsho is on second base to lead off the bottom of the second.
I think they give that a double, but regardless, he's at second base, nobody out. Not a bad pitch from Logan Gilbert. It was an elevated fastball on the outside part, and Dalton Varsho with a fantastic approach, just taking that ball the other way. What a big swing for the Blue Jays early in this ballgame.
And pardon me, he clearly was looking for the high heat because he smoked that one. Now Ernie Clement looks to drive him in. The pitch. Called strike. As Logan Gilbert was delivering, both corner infielders, Naylor at first and Suarez at third, creeping slowly onto the infield turf. They both play in case Clement bunts. Runner on second, no outs. Right on right, here's the 0-1 pitch. Clement hits a grounder to third, bobbled by Suarez. He can't find it, throws to first, safe! Clement legs it out on an Eugenio Suarez error. We'll see if Dan Wilson wants to challenge that bang-bang play.
He looks safe to me, and he's not going to challenge it. Great hustle from Ernie Clement down the line. And I said this before the game. Today's game, tomorrow's potential game, is going to come down to taking advantage of mistakes that the other team gives you, and that is a gigantic mistake early on in this ball game. First and second with nobody out here in the second.
Not sure if this was the full reason, but almost looked like Suarez was making sure he checked on the runner Varsho, who was not going anywhere from second on that hot shot to third. Varsho remains on second, Clement on first, no outs, and here's Addison Barger. Gilbert's pitch. Called strike. Another slider that hung a little bit, but it landed on the outer third. It's 0-1. He's still not quite finishing that pitch consistently. It's been up a lot. 0-1. Swing and a miss. That was a good one. A splitter that ran away from the barrel of Barger, who chased well outside. It's 0-2.
That had all kinds of movement on it. Actually was a strike out of the hand and then just darted right into that right-handed batter's box.
The problem with Gilbert is you have to start early. It's mid-90s, and it feels more like 100 because of how far he gets down the hill. 6-6 righties, 0-2 pitch. Down and away. Swiping at it off to his left side was Cal Raleigh. Doubled up on the splitter and missed. 1-2.
Great take. The goal for Addison Barger is shorten up and move those runners. Get them up to second and third with less than 2 outs.
Clement on first. Varsho on second. Nobody out. The 1-2. Chopper toward first. It hooks foul, and Mark Budzinski will barehand that and flip it into the fans down the right field line. Still 1-2. Barger so far this postseason, 7 for 29, 2 doubles, and a massive home run in his home state when the Blue Jays were in Seattle. 1-2. Bounce to the plate, blocked off the chest by Cal Raleigh. It spilled in front of him, not far enough away for Varsho to move up from second. Still 2-2.
A great job back there from Cal Raleigh, blocking that ball and keeping it right in front of him. That split finger from Logan Gilbert actually bounced in front of home plate. A really tough pitch to block.
TJ Rayburn went out in front of home, gave Raleigh a second. I think that hit him right square in the chest, so a little bit awkward for him, but he appears to be all right and is in the crouch, giving signals through the pitch comm to Logan Gilbert. Again, first and second, no outs. The 2-2. Barger ropes one down in right field, a base hit. Varsho getting the wave around third. He'll score easily. Clement goes first to third, and Barger gives the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second. He comes through in a huge spot to ignite this crowd again. And now they have Logan Gilbert cornered first and third. Still nobody out in the inning.
We've seen Addison Barger crush hanging split fingers all season long. He loves the hanging change. He loves the hanging split. He shortens up that swing. He gets that split finger at the top of the strike zone, and he ripped that thing for an RBI into right field.
So first and third, no outs. Middle infield plays only halfway in with IKF up. And the pitch. Check swing, and he did go around with a point, says home plate umpire DJ Rayburn. That was a slider in the dirt. It's 0-1. With no outs here, it looks like they will give up a run, Seattle, with a chance to turn two. So you got to put it in play if you're Kiner Falefa. 0-1. Fouled off the mask of Cal Raleigh, who brings his two-piece mask up, uncovering his face. DJ Rayburn walks the ball out to Logan Gilbert, 0-2.
Yeah, and you have to score that run from third base. The Blue Jays struggled early on in the last ball game, getting runners in scoring position in with less than 2 outs. You cannot afford to do that here in this ball game.
Lots of speed on third, and Ernie Clement on first base is Barger. 0-2. Bounce to the plate. What a block by Raleigh. Keeping it in front of him, throwing his glove hand off to his right side. That splitter was bounced way in front of the plate and way off to the opposite side of the plate of Kiner Falefa, and Raleigh just made maybe the most important block of his career today.
That's a look what I found type of block. What a play. It's not about how you do it, though. It's about whether you do it.
Saving a run there for the Mariners so far after wild pitches have hurt Seattle in this series. Gilbert's 1-2. Hooked on the ground, foul, bounces into the Blue Jay dugout as Blue Jays bench players and coaches duck out of the way. Still 1-2.
The Seattle Mariners are giving Isaiah Kiner Falefa the right side of the infield. There's a big hole on that right side.
First and third, no outs. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom 2. And the 1-2 pitch. Rolled over toward third. A slow bouncer. Bare hand. Bobbled by Suarez. Clemente to score. Kiner Falefa safe at first. Up to second goes Barger. It's 2-0 Blue Jays. Still nobody out in the bottom of the second.
Just trying to get the barrel to the baseball. That's all IKF was doing, as pitching coach Pete Woodworth is going to come out and have a chat with his infield. Everybody in the infield is coming in now. But what a job from IKF, just fighting against a very tough pitcher to stay alive, not strike out in that situation. He gets an RBI and a huge run here in the second inning. And the question is, do you bunt these guys over here with Andres Jimenez up at bat? Andres has been swinging the bat, yes, but those are two big runs standing at first and second with nobody out in this inning.
I'm leaning you would bunt?
I would tend to say yes, but we don't know.
And you do have decent speed on second in Barger, so it's not like you're setting up someone poorly at third base who may not score on a sac fly. Cal Raleigh thinking about that possibility as well. He's giving signals to his defense, and they already have the corners pinched in. Suarez is just barely on the infield turf. Naylor's a full step or two onto the infield turf. With IKF leading off first and Barger leading off second. No outs, 2-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the second. Gilbert kicks, Jimenez squares, and the bunt is foul, 0-1.
Andres Jimenez is trying to bunt that ball to the third base side because he's trying to force Eugenio Suarez to field it so they don't have a play at third base.
If you get it to third, it becomes a foot race between Barger and Crawford, and you got to make a good throw. Corners way in now. Jimenez squares before the pitch, and the 0-1 is taken low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gilbert tried to get him to bunt at a slider there, but Jimenez pulled back. Two-run inning for the Blue Jays so far. Early square, pulls it back, swings at the 1-1 and misses. It was a slider over the middle, but perhaps a little too much on that one. It's 1-2.
I don't know if I love that. If you're going to bunt, just bunt. Get those guys over into scoring position. You're trying to do too much there. And now you find yourself in a 1-2 count.
Now you got to move them over some other way. First and second, no outs. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a fastball at the knees, and there's Gilbert's first out of the inning.
I think I'm okay with the slash attempt there that Andres Jimenez did if it's an 0-0 count. But when you already have 1 strike on you, it's a really tough to get that barrel to the baseball. And unfortunately, now there's 1 out with runners still at first and second.
Yeah, you'd almost argue either swing away or bunt. Don't try and do something in between. He has been hitting well recently, so you understand why they might empower him to hit. And we won't know until postgame who made that call on the slash. A lot of time till then. Bottom of the second, 1 out. First and second for the Blue Jays, up 2-0. And the pitch to George Springer. Low ball 1. Even with them failing to execute the bunt, really tough position here for Logan Gilbert. Has to go right after Springer. George 0 for 1 in the game. A pop-up foul in the first. 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0.
Although you would have to imagine that Logan Gilbert would rather face Nathan Lucas than George Springer. And I know that the bases would be loaded if you kind of pitch around and nibble to George Springer, but I would rather face Nathan Lucas all day long than George Springer.
We'll get a good idea here. Gilbert's 2-0 offering to George Springer. Down and in, ball 3, and I think that communicated what you were saying. He just threw a slider low of the zone on 2-0.
But again, with bases loaded, it forces you to have to throw strikes, and Nathan Lucas knows that.
And Lucas has a couple of hits off Gilbert already in the series. He's waiting on deck. First and second, 1 out. Gilbert's 3-0. Inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Nathan Lucas.
It did seem like they were nibbling just a little bit to George Springer, understandably so. But now Nathan Lucas, who already has a hit in this ball game off of Logan Gilbert, is coming to the plate.
Cal Raleigh out from behind the plate again to give signals to the defense. Hunched over, pressing buttons on his right knee. Middle infielders J.P. Crawford and Leo Rivas play maybe halfway in at best. They're looking to turn 2. And Suarez and Naylor are both a step behind the line. So the Mariners trying to get out of this inning rather than come to the plate. Bases loaded, 1 out, 2-0 Blue Jays. The pitch. Hit foul by Lucas. Out in front there of a slider, just down and in. It's 0-1. Not only does Lucas have a single to right field in the first inning, but he also had 2 hits off Logan Gilbert in Game 2. He's 3 for 3 against Gilbert so far in the series. The 0-1. Fouled back. Fastball over the middle, and Lucas was behind it. He sprayed it left and into the netting behind home plate. It's 0-2.
And now you're in a 2-strike count. But look at that left side of the infield. It's wide open, and we've seen Nathan Lucas a bunch in big situations shoot that left side when that big hole is open.
And he's a tough guy to double up if you put it on the ground. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Had him way out in front on a splitter at 80. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Gilbert, but he's not out of anything yet. With the bases loaded and the Blue Jays already up 2-0, here comes Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Tough situation to be in. If you're Logan Gilbert, you have to throw something in the strike zone. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. knows that.
Vladdy's been a wagon so far in these playoffs. 5 home runs, 11 RBIs. He's 16 for 36, a .444 average in the postseason. Barger on third, IKF on second, and Springer on first. The kick and the pitch. In the dirt, ball 1. Vladdy puts a hand up to Barger to tell him to stay. That actually pinballed almost all the way back to the mound off the legs of Raleigh.
The most important thing for Vlad here is not to give in. If he doesn't get his pitch, do not swing. Be willing to take the walk, get the RBI, and allow Alejandro Kirk to come through in a big situation.
Because there is a realistic chance Gilbert is okay with walking him.
Absolutely.
Here. 2-0 Blue Jays. Barger hit in one, IKF hit in the other run, both in this bottom of the second. Bases loaded, 2 down, the 1-0. Swing and a rope, diving stop at third by Suarez. He throws off a knee to second to end the jam. Blue Jays get 2, but could have had a whole lot more if not for a great play at third base by Eugenio Suarez. Either way, the Blue Jays get 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors, and 3 left on base. 2-0 Toronto. Game 6 of the ALCS. Top of the third is coming up next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Alejandro Kirk with a grand slam!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. It's been a fun one so far. Top of the third coming up. The Blue Jays, on the back of hits from Addison Barger and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, lead it 2-0 with Yesavage back on the hill.
And the Blue Jays fortunately took advantage of a miscue from Eugenio Suarez from an error out there in center field by Julio Rodriguez. And they're ahead now 2-0 here in the top of the third.
Although on the other side of the coin, Suarez saved them a couple of runs with a diving stop to end the inning as well. J.P. Crawford up in the first pitch is a heater just high. Only 92 on that four-seamer. We'll keep an eye on that. Ball one. Savage was in the dugout for a while during that inning. 8 Blue Jays came up to the plate. 1-0 to Crawford. Called strike. 92 again, but on the edge. This was noticed in his last start. Yesavage lost about a mile per hour from his fastball in his last start compared to his season average. Sat 95 during his brief regular season, 94 in the last start. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Doesn't really matter when he throws the splitter like that. Fell off the table and off to the right. It's 1-2.
That might have been his best one of the ballgame. Really stayed on top of that pitch, and you can see just the depth, the downward action on that pitch is unhittable.
He's punched out 4 of 6 already. He struck out the side in the second. Here in the top of the third, Yesavage winds, and the 1-2 bounced in front of home. With Yesavage's 4 strikeouts already, he has set another Blue Jays record. Most strikeouts within a Blue Jays' first 3 playoff starts. 19 so far. 2-2 pitch. Down and in, ball 3. Good take from the veteran Crawford.
It's a good AB here. Just on a couple of good pitches, J.P. Crawford has taken them.
Crawford's hitting 200 in the postseason, 1 home run, but he does not go down easy. Batting left, he faces a 3-2, and it's high and outside, ball 4. Yesavage allows his first base runner of the game on a leadoff walk.
Obviously, you don't want to walk the leadoff guy, especially when it's the 7 guy in that order. Got to make your good pitch here to Dominic Canzone.
And with all due respect to Julio Rodriguez, who's due up in a couple of batters, what you're really trying to do is not face Cal Raleigh this inning. Here's the 8-hitter, Dominic Canzone, batting left. Runner on first, the pitch. Called strike. For reference, Rodriguez is the top of the order hitter. Raleigh hits second. So still a couple batters away. Yesavage can avoid him in this third if he gets the next couple guys. Right on left, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Wild hack there on a splitter over the middle. It's 0-2.
I say throw another one of those, Ben. When you get a guy to be way out in front like that, a wild swing, why throw anything else?
From the stretch, the 0-2. Bounce the splitter in front of home. A ball and 2 strikes.
J.P. Crawford had 8 stolen bases this season, but it doesn't look like he's really going anywhere over there. The lead isn't very big.
Has not attempted a stolen base in the postseason yet. J.P. Crawford held on by Guerrero at first. No outs, top of the third, and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 5 Ks already for Yesavage. 1 out in the top of the third. He got him on a splitter.
Yeah, I mean, they're watching the same game I am. Alejandro Kirk is so good at reading swings. When a guy that's in the 8-hole specifically, bottom part of the order, has an awkward swing like he did against that split finger, why throw anything else? That was a great location and a great pitch choice.
Another whiff for Yesavage early on. His pitch to Leo Rivas now with 1 out. Called strike at the knees. Sped him up with 94 on the corner, 0-1. 9 whiffs already for Yesavage, who's punched out 5 Mariners in 8 batters faced. Right on left is 0-1. Swing and a miss. That's whiff number 10. He slowed it down that time to 89 with his slider. It's 0-2.
It seems like he's found the release point. He's getting on top a lot better on really all of his pitches, including the fastball.
Leo Rivas, the switch hitter batting left, asks for time right as the fans were climbing up to their feet. Runner on first base, 1 out in a 2-0 Blue Jay lead. Top of the third of this do-or-die game for the Blue Jays. The 0-2. Check swing, the pitch was low, and a rare time so far where a Mariner has recognized that splitter out of the hand and taken it. Ball 1.
Why not throw another one is my question.
And you have a guy in Rivas who didn't start game 2 against Yesavage. So this release point, this arsenal, all new to him. 1-2. Bounced it down and away with a splitter again. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Probably has to be a little bit closer to the strike zone. That last split finger actually might have bounced in front of home plate. Most big league hitters, even if they don't really recognize it out of the hand, probably won't offer at that pitch.
Yesavage nods as he gets back on the first base side of the rubber, twirls his arm around, and now brings his hands together. His 2-2. Lifted foul left side, and that's got enough on it to get over the netting into the seats down the line. Rivas stays alive. It was 94 right over the middle, but he was not on time for that pitch.
Tough to hit 94 right down the middle when you're expecting a split finger.
So do you stay fast, or do you now go back down to the splitter again?
Well, if you're going fast, you elevate a little bit. You don't throw that thing right down the middle again.
The kick and the pitch. Just high. Missed upstairs with the splitter. Was not trying to throw it to the top of the zone, but almost clipped it anyway. 3-2. Short of an absolute meatball, what you can't do here is walk Rivas. Already walked the 7-hitter in Crawford to start the inning. He's on first with 1 out, and the 9-hitter Rivas is up. Payoff pitch. Hit high and deep right field. Barger turning back, searching for the wall. On the track, he leaps, hits off the fence. Crawford had to wait. He'll stop at second, and so that'll go as the longest possible single you can have at this park. Rivas clapping on first, and the Blue Jays just barely keep their 2-0 lead. It's first and second, 1 out.
Yeah, Rivas missed a home run by about 5 feet, hit high off that tall wall just in front of that bullpen. But like you said, J.P. Crawford had to hang around second base just to wait to see if Addison Barger would catch that ball. Good job from Dalton Varsho backing up and getting that ball in quickly, first and second with 1 out here, and Julio Rodriguez standing in that batter's box.
I can't blame them for challenging him. He has 2 career Major League home runs in 91 regular season games. He almost just hit his first career postseason blast. 2-0 Blue Jays. And the pitch to Julio Rodriguez, down and away, ball 1.
I'm sure Leo Rivas was telling himself he doesn't want to walk me. He's throwing a strike in this situation.
1-0. Down and away, snap throw over to first, and the call is safe. Vladdy with a hard point over to the third base dugout where the Blue Jays are waiting to see if they want to challenge this call. A back pick play run by Kirk and Guerrero to get the back runner, Rivas, on first, and they will ask for a challenge. You get 2 in the playoffs. You can be a little more aggressive. We're about to get our first look at a replay.
Toronto Blue Jays are challenging the safe call at first base.
Chris is grimacing after one angle. We got to look at a couple more here. It's close. Where do you lean?
I don't think they're overturning this call. It's too messy over there. If the call on the field was out, they might keep that call, but it's just, I don't think they got him.
As is usual, the city of Toronto disagrees. Call on the field right now is safe. If that's the case, it's still first and second, 1 out. Should they overturn this, it would be runner on second and 2 outs. And if you don't remember, Leo Rivas got picked off in Game 4 by Max Scherzer in a big spot in the game. So you can imagine he is praying right now that this call stands or is confirmed.
Heck of a throw from Alejandro Kirk, but I don't think this gets overturned. It seemed to me like Vlad just missed the tag. The throw beat him. They could have had him, but Vlad tried to tag down, and the glove got stuck on first base. I think he's safe.
Long look at this one. Ryan Addison and crew chief Alfonso Marquez are in discussion right now on the first baseline. Rivas is waiting on first. I think Yesavage asking Kirk if he can throw some warm-up pitches.
After review, the call stands. The runner.
So the call will stand. The runner is safe at first. They couldn't conclude anything from the replays. They stick with the call on the field. Now if you're Trey Yesavage, difficult spot here. He's missed twice to start to Rodriguez. It's first and second with 1 out, and he's got to make a good pitch here with Cal Raleigh coming up.
And again, Julio Rodriguez is in a good position. He knows that. He knows that they're thinking about Cal Raleigh coming to the plate with the bases loaded. and just one out in this inning. He knows he's trying to throw a strike out there. He'll be ready for it.
It's been an uneven postseason for Rodriguez, batting below the Mendoza line, but he does have 3 home runs and 8 RBIs. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Gutsy pitch through a strike-to-ball slider, and Rodriguez, thinking they were coming after him, chased. It's 2-1.
Guessing heater there.
And now Rodriguez will ask for time, trying to recalibrate after Yesavage got himself back in the count.
But you're right. That was gutsy. A gutsy pitch from Trey Yesavage.
You go to 3-0 with Raleigh on deck, you're in all sorts of trouble. Crawford on second, Rivas on first, 1 out. And the 2-1 pitch. Low ball 3. Still hasn't thrown a pitch in the zone to Julio Rodriguez yet.
And remember, Julio Rodriguez had a 3-run home run off of Trey Yesavage in his last start.
In the first inning of that game. 3-1 pitch. Inside ball 4. They went to the slider again. Did not show Julio Rodriguez much of the fastball. Actually didn't throw one at all. And I'll admit I'm quite puzzled because now you've loaded the bases for maybe the most dangerous hitter in the game.
Yeah, and here comes Pete Walker, probably just trying to calm Trey Yesavage out there. The bases are loaded now with 1 out, and arguably the best hitter, well, one of the best hitters in baseball up at the plate. And Cal Raleigh knows that he doesn't want to walk him in this situation. He wants to throw strikes. I guess you can make the argument that you should walk him in this situation. You don't want to, not should. Think about it. You can think
I would say
about,
you could walk
right,
him.
you could walk him and potentially pitch to the next guy who's a very good hitter as well, and Jorge Polanco. This is a tough situation to be in if you're the Toronto Blue Jays, if you're Trey Yesavage. We'll see how they attack him.
Yesavage did punch out Cal Raleigh in the first inning, got him on a 2-2 slider. But this is a guy with 64 combined home runs, regular and postseason, a combined 132 RBIs. And with the Blue Jays up 2-0 in the top of the third, he comes up with the bases loaded, only 1 out. Infield back, they're looking at turn 2 or just getting out. The pitch. Hit on the ground, backhanded by Guerrero. He throws to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play! 3-6-1. Raleigh bounces out to ruin the jam. And the Blue Jays take a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the third. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. 2-0 Blue Jays in Game 6 of the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight Driver Assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, Ray Ferraro here. If pain is stopping you from moving, footwear and orthotics are really the simplest way to get you back on track. And Kintec does it better than anybody else. I've no question that Kintec has helped me stay active, taken away any barrier to movement that I might have. It's made such a positive impact in my life, I've brought my whole family to Kintec. Book your assessment today at kintec.net.
Every second of downtime costs money. ATS Electrolube, a Canadian-owned manufacturer for 50 years, revolutionized lubrication in 1982 with the world's first intrinsically safe automatic luber. Today, our lubricators are trusted across all industries. Now we're looking for distributors ready to grow with us. Offer your customers unmatched reliability, pressure, and versatility. Proudly Canadian, made for Canadian industries. Become a distributor today at atselectrolube.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's a good day to be a Toronto Blue Jay.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A wild first 2.5 innings of this game, culminating in an inning-ending 3-6-1 double play off the bat of Cal Raleigh to spoil a rally for the Mariners. Has us in the bottom of the third. Catch your breath, strap in. It's early in Game 6 of the ALCS. The Blue Jays lead the Mariners by a score of 2-0. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Chris, what a play by the Blue Jays defense. Guerrero ranged a long way to his right. Yesavage, to his credit, made it to first base for the 3-6-1 twin killer.
Well, that was the hardest part of that play. Yes, the play where Vlad went to his right, fielded the ground ball, made a good throw to second base was difficult, but Yesavage fielding that throw from Andres Jimenez and finding the bag for the final out in that inning is a very, very difficult play.
He made a bit of a mess, Yesavage, but he cleaned it up himself. And now Alejandro Kirk up. Blue Jays up 2-0. Logan Gilbert winds and delivers. And the pitch is a floating breaking ball for strike one at the top of the zone. Hung a curve again. It's 0-1.
I also wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some movement down there in that bullpen.
2 walks in that inning for Yesavage. It was not his sharpest. 0-1 pitch. Called strike, 94 on the inside third, 0-2. And it's all hands on deck. Max Scherzer, Kevin Gausman are available for the Blue Jays if needed. Technically, everyone's available, although they'd probably wait until they absolutely had to use a guy like Shane Bieber, who would be on turn to start tomorrow, if there is a tomorrow. 2-strike pitch from Gilbert. Bounce to the plate, off of the leg of Raleigh. It rolls left out of the dirt circle. The ball in 2 strikes. You'd understand Raleigh's still collecting himself off of hitting into that inning-ending double play. 1-2 pitch to Kirk. Hit on the ground, third base side, running, stops Suarez, throws from foul territory, bounced it to Naylor. Did he stay on the bag? They say yes and call him out. I wonder if the Blue Jays at least think about it, although they seem to believe he was on the bag as he spun awkwardly to make the pick. 1 down.
Well, you could tell that Eugenio Suarez knew exactly who was running down the first base line. He took his time, didn't make a great throw to first base, but he didn't rush it.
He has an error in this game, but Suarez has also made a couple tough plays on the ground. Here's Dalton Varsho with 1 out and a 2-0 lead, bottom 3. Gilbert's pitch. Called strike, 0-1. Varsho got everything going in the second. He singled to left center field, got to second base as the ball bounced off the glove of Julio Rodriguez for an error. 0-1 pitch. Called strike right down the middle with a curveball. It's 0-2. You see that spin, you might want to jump on it so far for Gilbert, who usually spins it very well. His 0-2 pitch. Swing and a deep drive. Right field, but he got jammed a little. It'll die in front of the track and be caught by Dom Canzone. 2 outs.
Yeah, Logan Gilbert isn't completely sharp, or hasn't been so far in this ball game. He's thrown some spinning sliders, a spinning curveball. The split finger from time to time has been good, but that one right there, a little bit of a floater through the zone. I think Dalton Varsho was just out in front of it.
Yeah, pardon me, got it off the end of the bat rather than the handle. So 2 outs, the base is empty. Logan Gilbert about to throw his 55th pitch. It goes to Ernie Clement. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. Arozarena back on the track. Leaps at the fence. It's off the top of the wall. Clement into second. He'll race for third. Ernie Clement stops at third with a stand-up triple. 4 feet or less from a home run.
I don't know if you heard that, Ben, but the horn actually went off. Everybody here at Rogers Center thought that was a home run. I mean, pretty clear that it hit the top of that fence and bounced back into play. Ernie Clement missing a home run by about 3 or 4 feet over there in left field.
And Arozarena had that one skip away from him. If not for Julio Rodriguez coming over to help, it might have been a home run, but of the inside the park variety for the speedy Clement who was running out of the box. That just missed being a homer. The pitch to Barger. Right down the middle with a slider, strike one. And again, all of these breaking balls are hanging right now for Logan Gilbert. They are begging to be hit.
He's thrown some fastballs at 94, too. Velocity has dipped just a little bit here in the third inning.
Runner on third, 2 outs. Gilbert's pitch. Barger lifts the ball, right center. Canzone looking up at the fence. Out of here! Big fly! Addison Barger and the Blue Jays double their advantage. They're up 4-0 in the third.
This place is shaking. What a swing from Addison Barger. Again, with a huge swing and a huge spot. That run standing at third base with 2 outs. And he comes through. A little hanging pitch at the bottom part of that strike zone. And boy, oh boy, he didn't miss it.
Eventually, one of those hanging sliders or curves was going to be punished. And Barger, the right guy to do it. His second home run of the series. 2 outs, bases empty, bottom 3. IKF hits against Logan Gilbert. The pitch. Called strike with a heater at 95. And you were talking about the Blue Jays getting someone up. You look over to the opposite bullpen, and Edward Bizardo is throwing for Dan Wilson's team. 4-0 Blue Jays, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. IKF late on 95, just outside. It's 0-2.
The interesting conundrum that Dan Wilson will have in this ball game. They're down by 4 runs. Yes, it's still early, but how do you use your bullpen? Because you might need those guys tomorrow.
0-2 pitch. Inside. It's a great point. 4 is such an awkward number.
Right. Because it's still a ball game.
Right. And he's used his pen a ton. There's only been one game in this series where a Mariners starter has recorded an out in the 5th inning. 1-2 pitch. On the ground towards short, charging Crawford. Gloves in front of him. Jump throw to first in time to get IKF and end the inning. But a 2-out rally has extended the Blue Jay advantage. A triple by Ernie Clement. And then Addison Barger, with his biggest career home run to date, makes it 4-0 Blue Jays. We head on to the 4th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
I'm here with Bill Coy of Coy Brothers. It's fall. The leaves are crunchy. The air is crisp.
And your snowblower still sitting with last year's gas in the tank.
I was going to deal with that.
Mm-hmm. Bring it in and we'll tune it up and make sure it actually starts before the first storm.
And if it doesn't?
Then it's time for a new Toro. Toro snowblowers are built to last. They're easy to start and throw snow like a beast.
So I'm not out there Googling, why won't my snowblower start at 6 a.m.?
Exactly.
Get winter prepared with Toro snowblowers from Coy Brothers.
KOOYBROS.com.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville, Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521. Mazda of Toronto. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand. The #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Shane Beavers retired the last 7 Red Seas faced.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth, and welcome back to Rogers Center. The Blue Jays are fighting for their lives, up 4-0 on the Mariners as we go to the 4th. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host between us. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. And Chris, Addison Barger with an all-important hit. He's driven in 3 of the 4 Blue Jay runs now after his 2-run homer with 2 outs in the 3rd.
Yeah, and I said that ball, or that pitch from Logan Gilbert, was a little bit of a hanger. I watched the replay. That pitch was actually below the strike zone. Addison Barger went down and got that pitch, didn't hit it completely on the barrel, hit it off the end of the bat just a little bit, but that shows the type of power that Addison Barger has. A good job staying on it and powering out of here for a 4-0 Blue Jays lead.
They're up 4. They need a whole lot more. The Seattle Mariners can really hit. They'll have pretty much the middle of their order up in this inning. Jorge Polanco, Josh Naylor, and Randy Arozarena against Trey Yesavage. Right-hander deals, and Polanco takes strike one, a slider right down the middle. Switch hitting Polanco, hitting from the left side again. He smoked a ball out to right field in the first. Barger caught it on the track for the third out of the game. 0-1. In the dirt with a splitter, 1 ball and 1 strike. Yesavage has his glove tucked on his left hip, now brings his hands together and the glove up to his chin. His 1-1 pitch. Fought away, foul. Got him to the top of the zone with 94, and Polanco with an uncomfortable swing sent it into the seats left side. Yesavage ahead 1-2. He's already struck out 5 in this game.
That's a good sign, too, that velo back up to 94. We've seen a few 92s in this ball game. Good to see him back up there.
This is the most he's ever pitched in a season in his life. Right-handers 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The splitter was about 1.5 balls out of the zone. Kirk liked the spot, pumped his mid out to the young pitcher. They reset on 2-2, and Yesavage winds and deals. On the ground, foul, just past the camera well beyond the first base dugout. That was a slider in off the plate. There was no way Polanco could keep it fair. 4-0 Blue Jays, leadoff hitter in the top of the 4th. The 2-2. Hit well right field. Barger on the run toward the corner. Pulls up and makes the grab in fair territory. Another decently struck ball from Polanco, but it'll go as a line out, 1 down.
Yeah, it's just a miss hit because that was another swing that was a little bit unsure. Polanco gets jammed there, hits a weak fly ball out to right field, but that's because the split finger has so much movement and misses the barrel.
Yeah, the location wasn't even great, honestly, and there's been a lot of missed locations tonight, but it is so hard to square up a Trey Yesavage pitch. 1 out, and he offers to Josh Naylor, who lines the ball over the middle of the infield and down in left center, a base hit. He squared up that one for a 1-out single. Varsho throws it into the cutoff man, Andres Jimenez. Frankly, that wasn't a missed spot. That fastball was right at the top of the zone. Naylor had to yank his hands inside of it to get to 95, and he just shows off how good of a hitter he is.
Yeah, you talked about this earlier. He's very good at making contact on pitches outside of the strike zone, and he showed it off right there.
2 Canadian-born first basemen chatting at first in Guerrero and Naylor. 1 out, and up to the plate, Randy Arozarena. The pitch is hit away, foul, 94 on the outside edge, 0-1. Arozarena, a strikeout victim in the 2nd inning, went to 6 for 41 in the postseason with 17 strikeouts in those 41 at-bats. 0-1. Chopper toward third. This is going to be tough. Clement charging, bare hands, bobbles, and everyone is safe. Arozarena past first. Into second goes Josh Naylor on an infield hit. Not sure Clement gets him if he fields it cleanly, but the bare hand was really the only option either way.
And now you have to start making good pitches. Eugenio Suarez is coming to the plate. What an attempt from Ernie Clement. Like you said, not sure if he gets him at first base, but he was oh so close to barehanding that baseball and at least firing across the diamond to see.
And a lot of boos for Eugenio Suarez, who homered twice in Game 5, including the grand slam that ended up deciding it. Only the 2nd grand slam in Mariners postseason history. It's Edgar Martinez and Eugenio Suarez who have hit them. The pitch. Outside. Missed with a slider at 88, ball 1.
I think if you're John Schneider, you have to get, or at least start getting somebody loose down there.
It's the 2nd inning in a row with traffic, multiple base runners. Yesavage just barely got out of the 3rd. Top of the 4th, 1 out, in the pitch. Fouled back with Naylor throwing his right arm in the air to either phase Yesavage or signal something to Suarez. Suarez hit the slider through the legs of Kirk foul. It's 1-1. Whether he has a view into the glove or not, Naylor is always going to be throwing arms up and around at second base. He's the lead runner with Arozarena on first. 1-1 pitch. Check swing. Peel down to first on the high fastball. No swing, says Ryan Additon. It's 2 balls, 1 strike.
He's definitely always moving around out there at second base. Before that last pitch, he made a motion with his right hand. Didn't put his arm all the way up in the air, but something was very obviously relayed to Suarez.
2-1. Swing and a miss. Doesn't matter if you have the pitch when you put the slider right on the outside corner. That's what Yesavage did. And it's 2-2 with 45,000 climbing to their feet again. First and second, 1 out, top of the 4th, 4-0 Blue Jays. The pitch. Rolled over foul, third base side, bouncing over the head of Christopher Negron, the third base coach for Seattle.
I'm looking out at Josh Naylor right now. I'm watching him before every pitch, and he makes a movement with his right hand. It's actually starting to bug me. If I was out on the mound, I'd be pretty incensed right now.
Puts his left hand up in the 2-2. Bounce through the legs of Kirk to the backstop. Naylor takes off late, but he will get there in time. That one went all the way through. A rare, wild pitch going through the legs of Alejandro Kirk. It's a full count with runners now on second and third.
And now you have that base open. Obviously, you still want to throw a good pitch in this count, but because you have that base open, you can be careful to Suarez here.
By the way, on the Naylor signals, he's made about 4 different signals for all sliders in this at-bat, so I'm not sure he really has anything. Might just be messing with Yesavage. With 1 out, the 3-2. Just high, ball 4, nearly clipped the top of the zone with the splitter, and now the bases are loaded for the Mariners with 1 out in a second straight inning.
You have to get somebody going here. Yesavage has been really shaky over the last 2 innings. The second inning in a row with the bases loaded and just 1 out. Nobody getting loose yet. Nobody really even moving around down there in that bullpen, but I'm assuming it'll happen really quickly.
I see Pete Walker. He is not at the phone right now. 1 out, bases loaded. The pitch to J.P. Crawford. Called a strike. Crawford does not have an at-bat. He walked in the 3rd inning. Up here with Naylor on first, Arozarena on second, and Suarez on first base. The bases are loaded for the Mariners with 1 out. 0-1 pitch. Called strike again. With a splitter on the outer edge, Yesavage gets ahead of Crawford 0-2.
Crawford didn't like that call. You're Alejandro Kirk. You have to be a wall back there. You can't let any split finger get between your legs.
Blue Jays infield is back. They can turn to and Naylor on third, one of the slowest runners in Major League Baseball. So if it's hit at you, still a chance to go home. Bases loaded, 1 out. The 0-2. Poked out to second, fielded on a bounce. IKF to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play. They've done it again. They get out of the bases loaded jam. And the Blue Jays up 4-0, middle of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
Yesavage with another magic act. Gets into trouble with 2 hits and a walk, and then gets out of it, getting a double play ball with the bases loaded and 1 out to end a second straight inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th now, and the Blue Jays are in front of the Mariners 4-0 in this all-important Game 6 of the American League Championship Series.
And that wasn't an easy play from IKF at second base. It short-hopped the glove. He made it cleanly, a little underhand toss to Andres Jimenez. And like you said, that's a magic act. If I'm John Schneider standing in that dugout, I'm thinking I just got lucky over the last 2 innings. Bases loaded, 1 out in each inning. You have to get somebody up in this inning and ready to come in the 5th.
Yeah, it has not been his cleanest outing, although the results are good so far. You do wonder how much further they go with them needing to win this game, the Blue Jays, if they want to get someone up soon, although no one throwing as we begin the bottom of the 4th. And Andres Jimenez leads it off for the Blue Jays against Logan Gilbert. Jimenez, Springer, then Lucas this inning. The pitch, called strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Andres Jimenez has pulled off the turn of a double play 2 defensive innings in a row. He's 0 for 1 at the plate so far with a strikeout swinging. 0-1. Check swing. Pitch was high. Appeal to third. No swing, says Ben May with a very slow safe side. 1-1. Mariners bullpen is active. Edward Bizardo's been throwing for over an inning. Logan Gilbert's 64th pitch of the game. Swing and a miss. One of his best, a curveball below the zone, chased at by Jimenez. 1-2.
Yeah, when he gets on top of that pitch, that's generally what it looks like. Hasn't really consistently got on top of that pitch in this outing, but it's in there.
Blue Jays need to add up 4-0 against the Mariners. Do or die game for Toronto. The 1-2. High. Ball out of the hand. Missed at 94. Letter high fastball. 2-2. Gilbert winds. And his pitch. Hit off the handle. A 1-hopper to third. Awkward bouncer played in front of him by Suarez, who threw out Andres Jimenez by his step. Another tricky play for Eugenio Suarez. A lot of spin on that baseball. 1 out.
And also a lot of speed running down that first baseline. Threw him out by maybe about a half a step over there at first base.
I know you're monitoring whether someone's up in the pen, Chris. As this inning continues, no one throwing for the Blue Jays right now. George Springer is at the plate. 4-0 Blue Jays. 1 out, bottom of the 4th. Gilbert deals home. And Springer hits one high in the air, left center. Got under it. Jogging underneath the fly ball is Julio Rodriguez. He makes a one-handed catch, says something to Arozarena, and tosses it back in. 2 down.
I think John Schneider is just looking at who's coming up in the next inning for the Seattle Mariners. Dominic Canzone, Leo Rivas, and then Julio Rodriguez. So 8-9-1. Maybe they're going to allow him to try to get that bottom part of the Seattle Mariners lineup, which I'm okay with.
And you might be saying 4-0. Why are you even thinking about this? But he has just barely escaped jams in back-to-back innings, especially the 4th inning, top of the 4th. That was hard contact on the inning-ending double play. 2 outs in the pitch to Nathan Lucas. Fouled back, 0-1. Bases empty. Blue Jays got both their runs in the 3rd with 2 outs. Lucas will try and start a rally in front of Guerrero.
Louis Varland does have his sweatshirt off, and he's kind of pacing around down there below the bullpen. So I'm assuming he's going to be the first one up.
He could be your, if it gets to Raleigh guy in the 5th. 0-1. In the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lucas at the plate. He's 1 for 2 in the game. 11 for 32 in the postseason. Suarez playing in case he tries to bunt himself on. Everyone else back and shifted toward the pull side with the left-handed hitter up. 1-1 pitch. Fouled away. It loops over the netting into the 200-level seats just off to the left of home plate. Foul ball makes it 1-2. Gilbert yet to author a 1-2-3 inning in this start. Trying to do that here in the bottom of the fourth with the Blue Jays up 4-0. His 1-2 pitch, down and away.
71 pitches now for Logan Gilbert. I would imagine that he's not going to be in this ballgame much longer. 50 strikes, 21 balls. He's actually filled up the strike zone quite a bit today.
I'm not sure he gets the next batter. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is up next.
I agree.
Gilbert's 2-2. On the ground towards second. Rivas shuffles right, picks it up, and throws to first to make it a 1-2-3. Bottom of the fourth. On to the fifth we go. The Blue Jays in front of the Mariners in Game 6 of the American League Championship Series by a score of 4-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
Okay, category is ways Desjardins Insurance goes the extra mile to make insurance easy. First question, what are some of the things you can easily do online or in the app?
Oh, view your policy.
Add a new driver.
Oh, update your address when you move?
Easy. You guys are good.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So, let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think she just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner. On pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's 11-9 in the bottom of the eighth.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the fifth inning, brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Very nervous but excited feeling right now at Rogers Center. Blue Jays season on the line. Game 6 of the ALCS. They're trailing the series 3-2, but they're leading in this game right now 4-0. And Yesavage is back on the hill. He hasn't been perfect, but he has made huge pitches in huge spots. Back-to-back innings for him. He's ended with a ground ball double play to end a bases-loaded threat.
Yeah, and we talked about this already in the ball game. It's not about how you do it; it's whether you do it or not. And Yesavage so far is getting outs in big situations when it matters. Back-to-back innings, bases loaded, 1 out. He's gotten a double play. I can't remember the last time I've actually seen that.
Especially a 3-6-1 double play forced off the bat of Cal Raleigh. This inning, Yesavage starts with the 8-hitter Dominic Canzone. The pitch outside, ball 1. And for those tracking it, no action in the Blue Jay bullpen right now in left field. Cal Raleigh is due up 4th this inning. Yesavage with a 1-0. Fastball in there, just barely caught the top of the zone with 93. Velo a bit down to start the inning. It's 1-1. He brings the glove up to his face and into the wind. The pitch to Canzone. Foul back, 1-2.
And if you're Yesavage, you know this is probably your last inning. So you are emptying the tank, giving it everything you have to 8-9-1.
22-year-old pitching in one of the biggest games in recent Blue Jays history. The 1-2 pitch. High, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And if you were wondering before the game if he could handle the pressure, he's twice handled the pressure in bases loaded jams. So impressive from someone just making their 6th major league start. 2-2 pitch. Low ball 3.
That actually might have caught the strike zone. Alejandro Kirk took that out of the strike zone, something that we really don't see from him very often.
It's a bit of a miss of the spot, yanked fastball. And now time is asked for by Canzone, granted by DJ Rayburn, the home plate ump. Full count here. Got to avoid the walk if possible. Yesavage has walked 3 in the last 2 innings. Payoff pitch. Hit over the mound up the middle, past the dive of Andres Jimenez into center field, a base hit. Only the 3rd hit in 25 at-bats this postseason for Canzone. He's on, but I think you'd rather him get on that way than via base on balls.
Yeah, and I will say this. Trey Yesavage is throwing way too many pitches out of the strike zone, and it does look like the Blue Jays are about to get somebody ready down there. They're starting to move around. Bullpen catchers are hurrying up, taking their jackets off.
Leo Rivas is up. Yesavage could help his case out if he can get a ground ball here. Right-hander's pitch. Called strike. Leo Rivas nearly hit one out in the 3rd inning. He singled off the top of the fence in right field. Kick in the 0-1. Fouled back. Yesavage ahead of him and right back into the zone here. He's up 0-2. Yesavage waiting on Rivas, who asked for time, bouncing the ball off his right hip, twirling his arm around in a 360-degree motion. Rivas into the box and taking a lead off first, Dominic Canzone. 4-0 Blue Jays. No outs, top of the 4th. And the 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 6 Ks for Trey Yesavage. 1 out in the top of the 5th inning.
Just like he's done so many times today already. Makes a big pitch in a big spot. Here comes the top of the order, Julio Rodriguez, with Cal Raleigh lurking on deck.
Louis Varland is throwing in the Blue Jay bullpen. Trey Yesavage has fought through command issues at times so far. 4-0 Blue Jays. 1 on, 1 out. The pitch. On the ground is short. Jimenez to a knee. Throws to second one. IKF to first. Double play. 3 innings in a row. Trey Yesavage gets the twin killer. Dan Wilson asking for a second here. Will he challenge? He will not. 5 scoreless for Trey Yesavage. A 4-0 lead into the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays Baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. Another inning-ending double play forced by Trey Yesavage the third inning in a row that he has finished off with a twin killer, and the Blue Jays take a 4-0 lead into the bottom of the fifth with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off.
Yeah, Yesavage hasn't been perfect, wasn't perfect in that start, but he made big pitches in big spots, threw his best split finger of the day to strike out Leo Rivas, and then just busted a good fastball in on the hands of very tough Julio Rodriguez for the double play.
Logan Gilbert settling in a little bit last inning at his first 1-2-3 frame in the bottom of the fourth. The bearded right-hander is out there to face Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's 0 for 2, a pair of fielder's choices. Gilbert's first pitch of the fifth. Over the middle with a four-seamer at 94, strike one.
Don't throw that pitch again.
While Gilbert has retired Vladdy twice, the last one for Guerrero was hit 116 miles an hour. Great diving play by Eugenio Suarez. 0-1. Inside, just by a hair, Vladdy takes the splitter for ball one. Eduard Bizardo continues to warm. He's been up for over half of this game already in the pen in right field. The kick and the 1-1. Swing and a laser. Left field in deep. Sinking toward the bullpen. Gone! Placata! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 5-0 Blue Jays in the fifth. Home run of the postseason, and none more important right now. That will knock Logan Gilbert out of this game. 5-0 Blue Jays. No outs, bottom five. Eduard Bizardo coming in for a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's send it over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Week 7 in the NFL continuing today with lots of finals for us to get to. The early game was in London, England. A 35-7 win for the Rams over the Jaguars. No Puka Nacua, no problem for Matthew Stafford and company. Stafford throwing 5 touchdowns in the win, 3 of them going to Devontae Adams, pretty much all on goal line fades. The Eagles beat the Vikings 28-22, so no revenge for QB Carson Wentz, who threw 2 interceptions for Minnesota in the loss. Eagles QB Jalen Hurts threw for 326 yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 of them going to A.J. Brown in the win. The Bears beat up the Saints 26-14. Chicago forcing 4 turnovers, their 4th straight game with 3 turnovers or more, giving them 16 takeaways so far this season. A massive turnaround from 2024, in which they finished near the bottom of the league. The Browns bulldozed the Dolphins today, a 31-6 win for Cleveland. Rookie running back Quinshon Judkins running for 3 touchdowns. The first Browns running back with 3 rushing scores in a game since Nick Chubb did it back in 2022. Dolphins QB Tua Tagovailoa throwing 3 interceptions in the loss. It was a low-scoring game in New York, a 13-6 Panthers win over the Jets, a game in which neither team finished the game with their starting quarterback. Panthers QB Bryce Young suffering a twisted ankle. Andy Dalton would finish at QB for Carolina after a rough first half of offense. The Jets bench starter Justin Fields and had Tyrod Taylor start the second half, though he did not fare much better. 13-6 Panthers win. And the Chiefs shellacking the Raiders 31-0. Patrick Mahomes throwing 3 touchdowns in the rout, a game in which he sat for good starting in the third quarter. The 4th most lopsided shutout by Kansas City in 133 games, which is pretty crazy. Rashee Rice, meanwhile, returned from his 6-game suspension. He got 2 of those 3 touchdowns from Mahomes. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action here at a raucous Rogers Center with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just sent this place into a frenzy. His 6th home run of the postseason made it 5-0. Knocked out Logan Gilbert. And here's Eduard Bizardo with no outs. Bottom of the 5th and a 5-0 Blue Jay lead. He's pitched to Alejandro Kirk. Right down the middle with 96. Strike one. This guy's been used a lot in the postseason. This is his 8th appearance. He's given up 4 runs in 9 innings for a 4 ERA. Venezuelan righty kicks and deals. And Kirk hits it off the end of the bat, and then the leg of Cal Raleigh. It skips to the right. It's 0-2.
And not to mention, he also threw 50 pitches down there in that bullpen. Like you said, he was warming up forever.
Yeah, they had him up in the 3rd, and now he comes in the 5th. I'm surprised Logan Gilbert got Vlad a 3rd time, and Vlad made Gilbert pay. 0-2. Kirk slaps it to right field on a line, sinking. It's caught by Canzone, who only moved a couple steps to the left off of his starting position. 1 out.
That might be the last time that the Seattle Mariners pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Yeah, they got away with it twice early. I don't know if they felt like because he had got him on the ground twice, you give him another shot. But that ended up being a mistake. Vladdy hunched over, leaning forward, flicked it into the bullpen in left field. Pitch to Dalton Varsho with 1 out. Huge rip and a miss. That was a slider that hung over the outer 3rd. 0-1.
And Pete Woodworth, the pitching coach, is actually on the phone right now. I'm assuming that Bizzardo's not going to be in this game very long.
Slider, sinker, 4-seamer for the righty. Occasional splitter. His 0-1. Breaking ball just low, says home plate ump DJ Rayburn. The strike box heavily disagrees with the call of the ball, but it is 1-1. Varsho 1 for 2, a single and a run score. The 1-1. Swing and a fly ball. Center field deep. Rodriguez on the warning track makes the catch. As he does, an object falls down onto the field from the WestJet flight deck. But thankfully nowhere near Julio Rodriguez. 2 down in the bottom of the 5th.
I think Varsho might have got jammed or might have hit that ball off the end of the bat. He just missed it.
It sounded pretty good. But that sinker might have just, like you said, ran to the end of the bat a little bit. Moves away from a left-handed hitter like Dalton Varsho. 1 run in this inning for the Blue Jays. 5-0. They lead. Bottom of the 5th. And Ernie Clement up with 2 outs. Just had a long chat with Raleigh as Rayburn walked the ball out to the relief pitcher, Edward Bizzardo. A former Red Sox and Oriole. Bizzardo deals home. And Clement takes a heater on the inside edge at 95. Good pitch to get ahead, 0-1. Clement 1 for 2. Reached on an error and tripled in this game. He scored both times. Kick in the 0-1. Line drive, trouble down the right field line. That'll drop, spinning toward the foul line. Clement tears around first. He's got a stand-up loop double.
Ernie Clement is now 17 for 37, 38 in the playoffs. I mean, he continues to rake. That ball right there wasn't hit all that hard, but he's so good at finding a way to drop those balls in front of the outfield. It's just incredible.
For those not doing the math at home, 447 is Ernie Clement's average playing every day in the postseason. Addison Barger up the pitch. Swing and a pop-up shallow center, racing forward Rodriguez. He's quick, though. Gets under it and makes the catch to his left to end the inning. A run on 2 hits for the Blue Jays. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a solo homer makes it 5-0 Toronto. We charge on to the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet radio network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A go-ahead RBI double in the 6th. It's 5-4 Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 6th inning with the Blue Jays on top 5-0. Trey Yesavage gets warmed up here in Game 6 of the ALCS. At times, it has been a little touch and go, but the Blue Jays, to their credit, sticking with Yesavage thus far. And Chris, they're going to let him, after Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s homer, face Cal Raleigh for a 3rd time in this game. Perhaps part of the reason is Raleigh has struck out swinging and grounded into an inning-ending double play. Yesavage has gotten perfect results out of the big slugger so far.
Well, there's been times in this ballgame when Trey Yesavage has been absolutely unhittable, staying on top of the fastball, on top of the split finger, and I'm assuming that he'll do this, or at least try to do that here to Cal Raleigh.
Should mention, by the way, because we didn't get it in the heat of the moment, Vlad, with the 6th home run of this postseason, has now tied for the Blue Jays home run record total in the postseason, not in one run. He's matched Joe Carter and Jose Bautista with 6 postseason home runs, and Cal Raleigh on appeal just went around on a pitch in the dirt to start the 6th. It's 0-1. How about the kid Yesavage? He's punched out 6. He's allowed no runs on 4 hits. And Raleigh asking for time now, adjusts his helmet. Steps back in and pinwheels the bat. Yesavage brings his hands together. And the 0-1. At the knees, called strike. 93 on the heater. He hasn't had his full fastball today, but he's found good spots for it. It's 0-2.
Well, now that he's shown that he can hit that bottom part of the strike zone with the fastball, Cal Raleigh has to respect that location. I mean, you could throw a split finger in the dirt here, and he might swing at it.
0-2. High heat, he laid off of it. A little too high. That was up past the Mariners on Raleigh's chest. A ball and 2 strikes. Farland warming in the pen. Yesavage winds. The 1-2 pitch. Grounded foul off of Kirk. It rolls away to the right. Still 1-2 on a slider, ankle high.
I'll tell you what, looking around, there are a lot more Trey Yesavage jerseys than there were last week.
He's maybe, in this exact moment, the 2nd most popular Blue Jay. And there's a guy who hit a home run last inning who's probably the most popular at this point, but Trey is nipping at his heels. 22-year-olds, 1-2. He got him! Struck him out on a splitter. Cal Raleigh goes to 0 for 3. There's one out in the top of the 6th.
As soon as you throw a strike at the bottom of the strike zone with a fastball, a hitter can't just say, oh, I'm going to see it up. They have to respect that location, and that's when you throw that split finger below the strike zone, and that's exactly what Trey Yesavage did right there.
1 out, base is empty now. Jorge Polanco up, and the rookie's pitch. Low ball 1. About 6 weeks ago, he was riding buses. Now he's pitching in Game 6 of the ALCS. And he deals home a 1-0. Just high and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. All the license in the world to go after a guy like Polanco right now. He's up 5-0. Are the Blue Jays in Yesavage? 2-0 pitch. Swing and a chopper to first. Backing up Vladdy. Gloves on the outfield turf. Underhand flip to it, covering Yesavage. And there are 2 down.
And you said it. When you're up 5-0 in the 6th inning and you're about to face the middle to bottom part of the order, you should just be challenging them with fastballs. Yesavage has a very good fastball, a lot of depth, a lot of down angle to that pitch. So he can induce ground balls just like he did there, even when he throws it right down the middle.
2 outs and the bases empty. 5-0 Blue Jays. Josh Naylor, the Mississauga native, to home plate. Yesavage offers. And the pitch is crushed. Right field and deep. Hooking toward the pole. It's way gone into the porch in right field. Home run, Josh Naylor. In his home country, he puts Seattle on the board. 5-1 Blue Jays in the top of the 6th.
That's the type of player that he is. When he makes contact, when he barrels things up, that's what he does. Hit that thing 100 miles an hour, about 390 feet out to right field. He crushed it. He stood there and watched it as well.
It was a towering home run for Naylor to get the Mariners on the board. Coming into this game, 20 of their 25 runs were scored on homers, make it 21 of 26 on long balls in the series. They let Yesavage work through it. His pitch to Randy Arozarena, down and away, ball 1. As he works on Arozarena, we quickly go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. No other games going on in Major League Baseball, but if you wanted to know the World Series, whoever gets there starts Friday. 1-0, grounded foul, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Dodgers, coming off a sweep of the Milwaukee Brewers, are waiting to see if they will host the Mariners or travel here to play the Blue Jays. We're still in Game 6 of the ALCS. 5-1 Blue Jay lead. 1-1 to Arozarena. Poked out on a soft line right center. That's down for a base hit. Coming around first, it's picked up by Barger. Arozarena goes back to the bag with a single. And you do have to wonder at this point if Yesavage's great start in this game is coming to a close. John Schneider talking with Pete Walker. They're in an intense discussion as Eugenio Suarez comes up. And they will make the change. Yesavage hands the baseball to John Schneider, and Toronto lets him know how they feel about him and about this outing. 5 2/3, sparkling for Yesavage. A runner on first, and the Blue Jays leading 5-1 in the top of the 6th inning. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. With 2 outs and a runner on, Eugenio Suarez coming up. Let's go back to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. We're checking out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The last time we did, we were looking at some scores in the NFL. Week 7 certainly still underway. Sunday Night Football going on right now. That game is at halftime between the 49ers and Falcons. San Fran up 10-3. A Christian McCaffrey touchdown is the difference there. Some finals from earlier in the day, some high-scoring games in the late window. The Giants and Broncos had a fourth quarter to remember. New York leading Denver 19-0 in the fourth quarter. The Broncos would score 33 points in the final frame, a 33-32 Broncos win in the end, who sit alone atop the AFC West in Week 7. Here's a wild stat. According to CBS Sports, there had been 1,602 consecutive wins by NFL teams who were leading by 18 or more points with 6 minutes to go, as the Giants were in Denver until today. A 33-32 improbable Broncos win. Other finals as well include the Colts beating the Chargers 38-24. Jonathan Taylor running for 3 touchdowns to power Indy to a 6-1 start, the best record in the AFC. The Cowboys doubling up the Commanders 44-22. Jaden Daniels would leave this game with a hamstring injury. He did not return. Marcus Mariota entered the game for Washington. CeeDee Lamb returned from injury to catch a 74-yard touchdown. Jake Ferguson with a pair of scores as well. It was all Cowboys today. And Ben Schulman's Packers did manage to hang on for a 27-23 win over the Jacoby Brissett-led Cardinals. Packers running back Josh Jacobs started despite a calf injury and an illness. He ran for 55 yards and a pair of touchdowns, including the go-ahead score with less than 2 minutes in regulation. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action here at the Rogers Center with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. The Blue Jays lead it 5-1. Runner on first, 2 outs. Louis Varland in his pitch to Eugenio Suarez is called outside. 50-50 pitch. It's ball 1. Varland, the hardest thrower in the Blue Jay bullpen. Averages 98 on his four-seamer, throws a ton of that in his knuckle curve. He'll mix in a change, sinker, and slider. 1-0. Suarez checks his swing and takes 93 on the inside edge. A backup slider to even the count at 1-1.
I think Suarez was fooled by that pitch. It didn't do much. It almost acted like a changeup right down the middle.
Varland peeking at first where Randy Arozarena is. Big stolen base threat. 1-1. Upstairs, 2-1. 5-1 Blue Jays. Naylor with a solo homer and then Arozarena with a single back-to-back to knock out Yesavage. Next pitch in the dirt, 3-1. Crowd trying to spur on Louis Varland. The 3-1. Called strike. Dropped another breaking ball in there. That time the curve. It's 3-2.
Ernie Clement is playing no doubles down that third baseline. Really close to the foul line, maybe about 5 feet away.
And Lucas is deep in left field, only about 10 feet from the warning track. 3-2 pitch. Hit off the handle. A bloop headed down the right field line. Base hit. Coming to third base, Arozarena. They give him the wave. Here's the throw from Guerrero. It's offline. And somehow the Mariners get a run out of that complete miss hit. The baseball gods just smiled down on Seattle. Suarez got nothing on that ball. Hit it 58 miles an hour inside the line. It spun into the sidewall. And Arozarena scores from first on the single. 5-2.
That fastball just ate up Eugenio Suarez right in on the hand, just dumps it over the head of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Just an unlucky play for the Blue Jays. You still have a 5-2 lead. You got to make your pitches here to J.P. Crawford.
Runner on first, 2 outs, both runs in this inning. Charge to Yesavage. Varland owns Suarez on first. The pitch. Crawford takes a strike, 0-1. Clement creeping in. The 0-1. Low, a ball and a strike. Louis Varland puts his hands together, chest high. Suarez off first in the 1-1. Just outside at 99. 2-1. A lot of work in this postseason for Varland. This is his 8th appearance. 2-1. Grounded foul through the legs of Kirk. Back to the backstop. It's 2-2.
Throw another one of those right there. Trust that if you locate that fastball, J.P. Crawford won't barrel it up.
The kick and the 2-2. Down and in, ball 3. Went to the curve and missed. Kind of like you said, I mean, he throws 100. You can't walk this guy.
He's nibbling just a little bit.
Vladdy's going to relinquish the hold on first with Suarez off on the pitch. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a changeup. He strikes out Crawford to end the top of the 6th. With 3 straight 2-out hits, the Mariners are on the board. It's the Blue Jays 5, the Mariners 2, middle of the 6th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
When you get into a new RAV4, you might suddenly find yourself camping, even if the closest you've been to nature is your houseplants. Because with all-wheel drive, you can get in and right out of there. All that's left to do is drive it home. Get in and go right now at Toyota, where you can lease a 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive from $107 weekly for 40 months at 5.89% with $2,500 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
This ascent isn't for everyone.
You need grit to climb this high this often.
You've got to be an underdog that always over-delivers.
You've got to be 6,500 hospital staff, 1,000 doctors, all doing so much with so little.
You've got to be Scarborough.
Defined by our uphill battle and always striving towards new heights.
And you can help us keep climbing. Donate at lovescarborough.ca. At Hyundai, we want to make buying a car as simple and convenient as possible. That's why this Sunday, October 19th, select Hyundai dealers are opening their doors an extra day for you. Get up to $750 off select in-stock vehicles, and you can lease an Elantra for $65 weekly at 6.49%. Hurry, these offers won't last long. Conditions apply. Elantra down payment is $3,395 for 48 months. Visit HyundaiCanada.com or your local dealer for details.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays are the AL East champs.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home half of the sixth inning, and the Mariners have made this a game again. They scored 2 in the top of the sixth, so it's 5-2 Blue Jays as we begin the bottom of the sixth with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa leading off against Edward Bizardo. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, we didn't really have time with the moments in the game to get in to Yesavage getting lifted. Rogers Center did not respond happy. What did you think of the move?
I don't mind that move. I probably would have done the exact same thing. He's thrown a lot of pitches, and you trust Louis Varland. I trust Louis Varland. I trust that he's going to come into the ball game, pound the strike zone, throw good pitches, and he just got unlucky there with Eugenio Suarez dumping that little bleeder over the head of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Other than that, he looked fine.
Some are calling it the bloop of the century from Eugenio Suarez. That also not only was hit so softly, but had so much spin, it bounced away as far as it could from any Blue Jay fielder. And Arozarena scored from first. It's Edward Bizardo back on the hill for Seattle. His pitch to IKF is lifted to shallow center. It's not even going to get there, pardon me. It's on the infield. Dirk Crawford crosses second to call off Rivas and make the catch. They're talking about it right now as the ball goes around the horn. 1 out.
I think the most important thing about Louis Varland striking out J.P. Crawford there, getting the number 7 guy, is to lead off the next inning, you get 8-9. So hopefully you can pound the strike zone and get both of those guys out. And then, of course, the top of the order, and Julio Rodriguez is coming up.
Both runs for the Mariners charged to Yesavage, 5 2/3, 2 runs on 6 hits. 1 out, bottom 6. The pitch to Andres Jimenez, called a strike. Blue Jays up by 3, needing to secure 9 more outs to keep this series going. 0-1, fouled back, 0-2. And as we've said many times already today, but we'll continue to repeat, you got to get more runs. You can never have enough. The Mariners had only 1 run in Game 5 going into the 8th inning and won that game 6-2. 0-2 pitch to Jimenez. Swing and a miss. He got him. High sinker. Punches out Andres Jimenez. 2 down with the bases empty.
I think you can make an argument that 1 through 6 in this Seattle Mariners order is the best in baseball, if not very close to the best. So like you said, you have to score more.
The dangerous thing is they can all leave the yard at any time. George Springer to the plate. 2 out, space is empty. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. The pitch hit foul, 0-1. Springer playing on that deeply bruised knee, but got the x-ray in Seattle and the CT scan in Toronto, and they both checked out. Also avoided major swelling at high altitude on the flight back from Seattle. 0-1. Chopper to third, charging now, backing up Suarez. Backhands throws to first and gets Springer to end the 6th inning. 5-2, the Blue Jays lead. We move on to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Okay. First question. When does Desjardins Insurance suggest you switch to winter tires?
Below 7 degrees. Easy.
Nice. Next, what's a smart way to save money on your home insurance?
Switch to Desjardins Insurance and you could save up to $900 when you bundle home and auto. Easy.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
Hi, this is Tyler Heineman. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Here in Toronto, I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Game 6 of the ALCS, an elimination game for the Blue Jays. They have to win to force 7, and they're up 5-2 right now, going to the 7th inning. It's still Louis Varland, Chris.
Yeah, the Blue Jays are in a good spot. If they make their pitches and if they induce weak contact, I think they can get out of here with a win. But Louis Varland looked pretty good in that inning that he threw in the 6th. I mean, the fastball was pretty good. The location, the command, all that stuff. Even the changeup to strike out J.P. Crawford was probably the best I've seen from him.
It'll be 8-9-1 in the Seattle order against Louis Varland as we wait for security to clear the field. Dominic Canzone leads it off for the Mariners, then Leo Rivas and Julio Rodriguez. And it's another one of these innings where you want to avoid Raleigh. He's due up 4th. Varland brings the glove to his face. The wind and the pitch. Canzone takes in the dirt. It bounces all the way to the backstop on a curve, 1-0.
And again, if you're Louis Varland, you have to trust that your stuff is able to beat Dominic Canzone. It doesn't seem like he's been that guy, at least so far in this outing.
1-0. Fastball, 99 just inside. Yanked it. It's 2-0. Yeah, not a lot of four-seam fastballs by Louis Varland standards through his 14 pitches. Canzone 1 for 2 in the game. The 2-0. And it's lifted out to shallow left center. Backpedaling the shortstop, Andres Jimenez. Still backpedaling. He makes the catch off to his left. And there's 98 in on the hands. Not much you can do with it. 1 out.
If you locate your pitches, if you execute the game plan, and you have the stuff of Louis Varland, there's no way that the Seattle Mariners can beat you. It's when you start to nibble, when you start to not trust the stuff, when you try to do too much, that's when you get into trouble.
1 out, corners move in, especially the third baseman Clement. The pitch to Leo Rivas. Just high, borderline pitch at 99, ball 1. That was probably a strike, but considering it was called a ball, Varland has now thrown more balls than strikes in the outing. 1-0. That one in the zone, 98 on the inside edge. Missed his spot, but it counts anyway. 1-1.
Throw another one of those. Honestly, just don't mess around, especially with the top of the order coming up next.
Empty bullpen, by the way. They are sticking with Varland for now. Right-handers 1-1. Backdoor breaking ball just didn't come back enough with the curve. 2-1. Nine-hitter Rivas with a single off the wall in the third and a strikeout swinging. Next pitch hit back foul. There's 98 right down the middle, and he almost got it fully by the batter Rivas, who fouled it away. 2-2.
Just stick with that. Stick with that pitch. Try to locate the pitch, but stick with the pitch. Trust that that's good enough to beat Leo Rivas, who's the number 9 hitter in this order.
It's not always that simple, but when you throw 98 to 101, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. Louis Varland is waiting on Rivas, who asked for time. Now the switch hitter batting left taps the plate. 2-2 pitch on the way. Called strike 3, 98 at the knees, 2 down in the top of the 7th.
And now with Julio Rodriguez coming to the plate, you might want to switch up the game plan just a little bit. But with the number 9 hitter up, with the number 8 hitter up, you have to trust that your fastball that generally sits 98 to 100, if you locate that thing, you can beat them.
2 out, space is empty, top of the 7th. The pitch to Rodriguez. Called low, just missed with a curve. 1 ball and no strikes. Rodriguez 0 for 2. A walk, a fly out, and a ground ball double play. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a looping fly ball left field. Jogging back, Lucas in front of the track. He makes the catch. And Louis Varland pitches a scoreless top of the 7th. Elimination game, but at the 7th inning stretch, the Blue Jays lead Game 6 of the ALCS 5-2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop-look-live.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
How do you like that? A 3-run blast
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 7th inning of this elimination game at Rogers Center. It's Game 6 of the ALCS, with the Blue Jays leading by a score of 5-2 over the Seattle Mariners. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRouche. Show Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Stephen Coyle, Andrew Adams, and Tom Young are our technical directors. We welcome you back to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Pitching change for Seattle now. It's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Kingston, Ontario's own Matt Brash is into the game for the tough pocket of the Blue Jay order, Lucas Guerrero Kirk.
Yeah, and he's been good over the course of these playoffs. 7 games, 9 strikeouts, 8 innings pitched, an ERA of just 1.13. And in his career in the postseason, an ERA of .79 in 10 ball games. Pretty good stuff.
Nathan Lucas leads it off. The righty Brash is incredibly slider heavy. His pitch is high at 97. He starts him off with a fastball, ball 1. You'd think at 97 he'd throw a ton of heaters, but he throws over 60% sliders, then sinkers, changes, and 4-seamers. 1-0. Swing and a bouncing ball hit hard up the middle. Backhanded on the run by the second baseman, Rivas. He turns and throws to first. 1 out. Well, considering what went on in Game 5, and we're not going to revisit that too much, but just to let you know, with the Cal Raleigh, Jorge Polanco, Josh Naylor pocket set to hit in the top of the 8th, Jeff Hoffman is loosening up in left field. And I think that's all we need to say on it for now. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Base is empty. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming off a homer up to the plate. Brash's pitch. Vladdy takes on the zone on the inner half for strike 1, a 97-mile-per-hour sinker. Oh, 1. Hit him. Got him on the elbow. Missed with a sinker there. Guerrero grunted and dropped the bat. I think the good news is, by the nature of the sounds like it got that plastic elbow protector, and Vlad never really grimaced. Made that one noise and then ran down to first base.
And I understand that obviously you don't want your best hitter to get hit in that batter's box, but I also understand the mentality of Brash. If I'm going to miss, I'm going to miss in, and that's exactly what he did there. Just hit that elbow guard. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a big smile on his face. He seems okay at first base.
Thanks to the folks at Air Jordan, he is all right. And with 1 out, the pitch to Alejandro Kirk, called a strike. Would be big if the Blue Jays could add. The Mariners scored the last 2 runs in this game. Both came in the 6th. And the Blue Jays cling to a 3-run lead with their season on the line. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a liner. Past the reach of Rivas, the second baseman, into center field. Vladdy up to second. Kirk on for the first time tonight. And 2 are aboard here with only 1 out.
Yeah, and it's really important that the Blue Jays scratch across another run with the heart of the order coming up for the Seattle Mariners. 2-3-4. Cal Raleigh leading off next inning. So that run at second base, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., is very, very important.
It's Dalton Varsho to the plate, 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. And before he gets a chance to hit, Cal Raleigh will walk out to the hill. Josh Naylor, another Canadian, and the first baseman for Seattle goes to the mound as well. Like you mentioned, Brash is not an easy guy to beat. In fact, he could be part of an incredibly strong Canadian bullpen coming up for the next World Baseball Classic if he and guys like Cade Smith and maybe a Jordan Romano are in that mix as well. But the Blue Jays have a rare opportunity against the tough righty. First and second, 1 out. Varsho is not much of a singles hitter, but if you just get one down in the outfield, Vladdy usually has enough speed to score from second.
Yeah. Like I said, that's an important run standing out there. Brash is tough, 2.47 ERA in the regular season and 53 ball games. Just have to figure out a way to get something to the outfield and score Vlad.
Varsho taps the plate. Corners are slightly in. Varsho can always bunt for a base hit. Brash comes set, the pitch. Called strike right on the upper and inner edge with a slider. Hard to locate that pitch there. It's 0-1. Kirk on first in discussion with Mark Budzinski. Guerrero on second. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Gets away from Raleigh. There goes Vlad. Raleigh's throw to third. Gets away down the left field line. Body up. He'll come in to score. Wild pitch and a rare error from Raleigh. They gift the Blue Jays a 6-2 lead in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, you said it. That is an absolute gift, especially with 2 strikes. Dalton Varsho had to shorten up, and now he can essentially feel comfortable in that batter's box. There's no pressure on him. The Blue Jays have scored that run from second base thanks to Cal Raleigh.
That's a 3rd Mariners error in the game. Runner on second is Kirk. 1 out. 2 strike count on Varsho. Brash's pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 outs now in the bottom of the 7th. Tell me if you disagree. Varsho's a really strong hitter. There's a lot of swing and miss in his game. Raleigh had a bit of a shot. I'm not sure you want to go down there to third base, so that was real risky.
No, you never throw that ball. Also because he was on the move. He didn't set his feet before he threw the baseball.
First pitch to Ernie Clement is outside, ball 1.
And I can guarantee he's thinking about that right now behind the plate, thinking I should not have thrown that baseball.
Would have been a heroic play, but instead it cost Seattle a run. 1-0. Outside 2-0. Brash has stayed away from Clement in a big way so far, missing well off the plate with back-to-back sliders. Ernie Clement, the number 6 hitter in the Blue Jay order, 2 for 3 with a triple, a double, and 2 runs scored. 2-0. Down and away ball 3. This part of the Blue Jays order, 6 and then 7. Clement Barger has arguably been the best part of their lineup tonight.
Are they staying away from Ernie Clement? Even with Alejandro Kirk at second base, he will not score on a single.
I don't think so, because Barger's on deck. He's driven in 3 of the 6.
Yeah, I don't think they're staying away from him.
I think he's just missing.
Yeah.
First base is open. 3-0. Called strike. Raleigh, for what it's worth, set up outside. But pardon me, they called that a ball. That looked to have the plate, but they didn't call it. And that relates to the Raleigh setup. He set up outside off the plate on 3-0. It missed over the inner part of the plate, and he reached across, so that's ball 4. A 4-pitch walk, and now Pete Woodworth out to talk to Matt Brash before he faces Addison Barger.
Yeah, and you said it. Addison Barger already has a 2-run home run in this ball game, so it's hard for me to believe that they were actually staying away from Ernie Clement with Alejandro Kirk standing at second base. It seemed like Matt Brash just lost the feel, lost the strike zone a little bit. Maybe that's why Woodworth, the pitching coach, is out to have a chat right now, probably going over the scouting report, slowing the heart rate just a little bit. That's an important run, standing at second base.
And you mentioned Kirk on second. That's a huge part of the context, because he scored last game on a single to the outfield. That's the first time all season he scored from second base on a single to the outfield. And yet they still walk Clement on 4 pitches. Here's Barger, 2 on and 2 out. 6-2 Blue Jays the pitch. In the dirt, smothered by Raleigh. It actually ricocheted off him and might have hit Barger before rolling back in front of Raleigh. 1-0. Every run added feels like 10 right now. The Blue Jays extended their lead this inning on the error. It's 6-2. 1-0 pitch. Outside by a mile. I think Brash has just kind of lost the feel here. It's 2-0.
Yeah, it seems like that, especially here to Addison Barger.
6 straight balls. Barger can get big. Here's the 2-0. Called strike, slider right down the middle. He must have been sitting heat 2-1.
He should have got big on that one. I bet he wants that pitch back.
Clement on first, Kirk on second, 2 down, bottom of the 7th. The 2-1. Downstairs, ball 3. Barger checked his swing at a fairly competitive changeup.
Yeah, that's a fantastic take. In a 2-1 count, you're thinking heater or something hard. And Matt Brash just flicked in that changeup. A pretty good pitch, actually.
3-1. Swing and a miss. Big hack there on his slider at the bottom of the zone. Full count. One thing this does do, at least, well, Barger is now in a full count. Kirk will get the head start from second base, which could be important on singles to the outfield. Clement will also be off and running on this full count 2-out pitch from first. Brash dangling his right arm as he looks in at Barger. Sets and peeks back at second. Payoff pitch. Down and in, ball 4. A walk to Barger. Back-to-back walks for Brash. And the bases are loaded in this 7th with 2 outs.
Yeah, it just seems like he's lost the feel a little bit, lost the strike zone. Something that normally really doesn't happen with Brash out there, as Miles Straw is going to come in and run for Addison Barger at first base. But if you're IKF, you're patient up there. It seems, he sees the same game that we're watching, so he knows that Brash will be trying to throw strikes in this at-bat, but it seems to me like he's lost the command a little bit.
Addison Barger with well-deserved high fives as he goes into the dugout. Finishes his day 2 for 3. An RBI single, a 2-run homer, and a walk. Straw brought in to run for him, plus play defense when it swings around to the top of the 8th. 6-2 Blue Jays. Bases loaded, 2 down. IKF 1 for 3 with an RBI single. The pitch, down and away, ball 1, and frankly, nowhere close again.
Yep. Josh Naylor, the first baseman, is playing way off the line, almost a third of the way between first and second base. There's a big hole down the line, and there's also a big hole between the first baseman and the second baseman.
Brash is 1-0. Lifted by IKF down the right field line. Playable for Canzone. Jogging over on the side. Warning track, he makes the catch in fair territory to end the inning. The Blue Jays end up with a run, 1 hit, 1 error and 3 left on base. They extend their lead to 6-2 as we head on to the 8th inning. Jeff Hoffman getting set to come in for the Blue Jays against Cal Raleigh. We'll be back in a second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Flying south this winter? Choose snowbirdship.com to get your vehicle to you. We specialize in streamlined cross-border vehicle shipping. From automating cross-border documentation to managing every step, we ensure the process is stress-free from pickup to delivery. Get an instant quote now at snowbirdship.com and leave the hard part to us. When snowbirds want their vehicle delivered, they trust the experts at Snowbird Ship for reliable, stress-free cross-border auto shipping. Skip the long drive and get your instant quote now at snowbirdship.com. Every second of downtime costs money. ATS Electrolube, a Canadian-owned manufacturer for 50 years, revolutionized lubrication in 1982 with the world's first intrinsically safe automatic luber. Today, our lubricators are trusted across all industries. Now we're looking for distributors ready to grow with us. Offer your customers unmatched reliability, pressure, and versatility. Proudly Canadian, made for Canadian industries. Become a distributor today at atselectrolube.com.
Let's start the betting off with 1,200. Do I have 1,200?
North Toronto Auction is going all unreserved and everything will be sold. A huge 2-day public live auction October 24th and 25th. Industrial equipment, light commercial vehicles, cars, trucks, and SUVs, all selling unreserved.
1,700 going once.
Bid in person or online, but trust us, it's way more exciting in person. Preview the lineup in person October 21st and 24th. View the entire selection at northtorontoauction.com. Everything will be
sold.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Marlins payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRouche, Joe Ali, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Andrew Adams, Tom Young, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. It's Game 6 of the American League Championship Series, and the Blue Jays are 6 outs away from forcing a Game 7. They lead 6-2, and against the toughest part of this Seattle order, they make a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Jeff Hoffman is in. He'll get Cal Raleigh, Jorge Polanco, and Josh Naylor in this 8th. The exact same 3 that came up in the 8th in Game 5 with the Blue Jays leading 2-1.
And we've seen Hoffman a couple of times in this series already. He's thrown 2 innings, struck out 3, only given up a hit. The fastball velocity has ticked up about 2 miles an hour since the playoffs started.
Hoffman faces Raleigh. Blue Jay closer deals, and Raleigh takes down an in-ball 1. Last time we saw Jeff Hoffman was Game 4 in the 8th inning, and Raleigh was one of the 3 he faced. He got him to pop up to third base in foul territory. Raleigh 0 for 3 in this game, 1-0. Called strike, comeback sinker, or maybe just a 4-seamer with a lot of 2-seam run. Hit the inside edge. Either way, it's a strike to make it 1-1.
Yeah, perfect pitch. Even if Cal Raleigh swings at that pitch, he'll just break his bat.
4-seamer, 2-seamer, splitter, slider for Hoffman. He kicks and fires, and the pitch is hit foul. Nice movement, even better location on the splitter that would have landed on the corner if Raleigh didn't foul it away. 1-2. Cal Raleigh 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and an inning-ending double play when he came up with the bases loaded and only 1 out back in the 3rd inning. A breath. And Hoffman's 1-2. Fouled back in our direction. It'll land just above our heads, bounce off the 400 level boxes, and go back down into the seats. A great catch by a fan. I believe he just saved his wife as well. Reached over top of her to make the play. Heavy infield shift toward first. Switch hitter batting left in Raleigh. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Hoffman strikes out Raleigh, who goes to 0 for 4. He elevated at 95.
An absolutely perfect sequence from Kirk, from Hoffman. Obviously, Cal thinking something off speed there. A slider down, a split finger down. And Hoffman goes upstairs with a good 4-seam fastball, just missing the barrel of Cal. Raleigh for the first out of the inning.
Now Jorge Polanco with one out. Clement comes in case of a bunt, and the pitch. Low ball one. Should mention defensively, a change for the Blue Jays. Straw ran for Addison Barger in the bottom of the seventh, and Miles Straw goes in to play left field. Lucas will move over to right field to cover for Barger, who is out of the game. 1-0 pitch. Inside, almost hit Polanco with that splitter. 2 balls, no strikes. Seven pitches so far for Jeff Hoffman. With one out, his 2-0. At the knees. Kirk might have helped the slider, ripping it up into the zone. It's called a strike, and it's 2-1. Righty set at the belt. He rocks and deals. And the pitch is grounded foul. He's got a good feel for that splitter right now. That was, again, outer third, lower third of the zone, 2-2.
Yeah, every once in a while, he'll push it, and it'll float through the strike zone. That's when opposing teams do damage against it, but it seems like he's getting on top of it and getting more of that downward action as opposed to the floating changeup action.
Hoffman just punched out Raleigh. Here's his 2-2 to Jorge Polanco. Fouled off the glove of Kirk. It drops down. Nearly a foul tip. Strike 3 instead. We'll do it again at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Another good one. Another great split finger from Jeff Hoffman.
I mean, potentially worth going there again, just lower or further out of the zone. Where would you go if you're Jeff Hoffman?
I mean, you could really throw anything you want at this point. You've shown that you can throw the split finger for strikes. You've shown that you can throw the fastball for strikes. Jorge Polanco probably is just in protect mode here with 2 strikes.
6-2 Blue Jays. Bases empty, 1 out, top of the 8th. Hoffman nods and sets. And he deals a 2-2. Poked back in front of the plate. Kirk tried to field it fair, but it just hooked over the first baseline foul. Kirk did all he could, scrambling and trying to fool DJ Rayburn. He deflected it back toward Hoffman in the mound, but it's a foul ball. It's still 2-2.
And you could tell that Jorge Polanco's in protect mode. He was a little bit out in front, tried to keep the bat back and just flick the hands to foul that off. That's when you come up with the fastball. Although if you locate the split finger, he'll swing and miss at that as well.
This is a battle. 6 pitches so far. Hoffman's 2-2 again. Fouled away once more. All credit to Polanco. Gets a piece of another splitter and shoots it foul to the left. That one did float a little bit more. It was more top outer edge of the zone. Hoffman's 8th pitch to Polanco. He got him. 1 around on a pitch in the dirt. He punched his ticket on a splitter. 2 down in the top of the 8th inning. 4 outs to go.
Yeah, the pitch before it was a floater, like you mentioned. That one there, he corrected the release point, got on top of it. Looked like a fastball out of the hand, looked like a strike out of the hand, and then just tumbled down below that strike zone. A little half swing by Polanco for the 2nd out.
Hoffman has struck out Raleigh and Polanco. Josh Naylor at the plate. He homered his last time up in the 6th. 6-2 Blue Jays. 2 outs, bases empty. The pitch home. Naylor hits it foul. 95, top of the zone, in on the hands. Great pitch to get ahead 0-1. Hoffman had an ERA below 1 in September. Has parlayed that into a strong playoff run so far in limited action. Righty's 0-1 pitch. Flipped down the left field line. Going back, Clement looks back to Straw, who charges and makes the grab. 1, 2, 3 against Raleigh, Polanco, and Naylor for Jeff Hoffman. Middle of the 8th inning, 6-2 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizza.ca.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. It's been a party so far in Toronto. Maybe a bit of a middle school party. Everyone was nervous when they showed up, but it's been a lot of fun as the night has gone on. The Blue Jays lead it 6-2 as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. They'll try to add to their lead against a new Mariners pitcher, Carlos Vargas. The hard-throwing sinker baller deals from the right side here against Andres Jimenez to begin the bottom of the 8th. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. It's Jimenez, Springer, Lucas, guaranteed to hit in the 8th inning. Vargas offers home, and Jimenez takes high and outside, ball 1. Third pitcher called out of Dan Wilson's pen in this game after Logan Gilbert only went 4+. 1-0. Swing and a miss. No one up in the Blue Jay pen as Vargas, the reliever, deals home. 1-1 pitch lifted high, shallow left center. Moving in and toward the gap, Rosarena stops, catches it with one hand, 1 out.
It's an interesting predicament that I'm sure John Schneider finds himself in. You're up by 4 runs, and like you said earlier, 4 runs is kind of a weird number of runs to be down or up. It's still a ball game. It's still very much a ball game, but you also have to think about tomorrow. You want Jeff Hoffman to be relatively fresh, and it doesn't look like anybody else is up there in that bullpen, so it looks like Jeff Hoffman is coming out here for the 9th.
I think with your season on the line, if you think he's best to the 9th, you figure out tomorrow. And now a 99-mile-an-hour sinker misses up and into George Springer, ball 1. In Game 5, Springer got hit in the knee by a fastball. I don't think there's any intent there, but that was 99 at the chin from Vargas.
Yeah, there's no intent. There's no reason for that. Vargas just let go of a fastball there, and it whizzed past the chin of George Springer. Obviously not where you want that pitch, so Vargas just let one go.
1-0 pitch. Called strike 98 on the inside edge, 1-1.
I tell you what, though, Vargas has an electric fastball. That fastball was 98, and it was moving all over the place.
And he's not even really trying to strike you out. He wants to get you on the ground if possible. 1-1 pitch. Springer swings late, pops it up foul first base side. Long run, Naylor loses his cap onto the side warning track, but he'll run out of room. It's out of play, foul, and it's 1-2.
George Springer is in some obvious discomfort. Every time he takes a swing, he kind of limps out of the box a little bit.
And he just fell down to a knee somewhat gingerly. They've had hot packs and cold packs on his knee in between at bats. He's DHing, so he has time to work on it. But it's clear, about 48 hours removed from taking that heater on the knee, he's not 100%. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Springer goes down on 100 near the bottom of the zone, and there are 2 outs in this bottom of the 8th.
And Vargas just threw that pitch right down the middle, let it work. Like you said, 100 miles an hour with downward action, so hard to barrel up. George Springer swings right over the top of it for the second out.
6-2 Blue Jay lead. Bottom of the 8th inning with 2 down. Vargas to Nathan Lucas. Foul tip, strike 1. 100 again on the corner. Even for him, that is an uptick. He averages 98 on the sinker. Right on left, the 0-1 pitch. On the ground, left side, long run to the backhand. Crawford gloves, throws off balance, and it bounces in late. Lucas is safe. Crawford did all he could. It's an infield hit. And you know what that means? Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hits again in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, and you can't pitch around him either with Nathan Lucas standing at first base. I mean, I guess you could. You could move Nathan Lucas up to second base and put Vlad at first. But with 2 outs, I don't think they'll do that.
Vlad in this game, 1 for 3. A club record tying 6th home run in the postseason. In the 5th, he was hit by a pitch last inning. First pitch hit foul, 0-1.
That was a big hack from Vlad on a pitch that was 101 miles an hour at the top part of that strike zone.
Runner on first, 2 down, 6-2 Blue Jays, bottom 8. 0-1 on the way. Broken bat flare, shallow left field. That'll drop in a base hit. Lucas thought about turning to third, but he scrambles back to second. Vladdy's on for the 3rd time in the game. He's got 2 hits tonight, and the Blue Jays have a threat here with 2 outs.
Things are going pretty well for Vlad right now. He got eaten up by that fastball, up and in on the hands. I think he actually hit that ball with one hand. The bat broke, and he just dumped it over the outstretched glove of J.P. Crawford, the shortstop. Runners at first and second now with just 2 outs. With 2 outs.
Vlad now jumping in front of Ernie Clement for the highest average on the team in the playoffs. Vlad is hitting .462. First and second, 2 outs, 6-2 Blue Jays. Huge potential add-on runs in the bottom of the 8th. The pitch to Kirk. Fouled right back. 100 at the top of the zone. Vargas has got his good stuff right now. The Blue Jays have kind of dinked and dunked their way to a 2-out rally. Vargas sets. And the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, shallow right field. Moving forward, Canzone waiting on it. He makes the catch in a jog. And we go to the 9th inning. The Blue Jays lead it 6-2 over the Mariners, 3 outs away from forcing a Game 7 in this American League Championship Series. We'll see Jeff Hoffman back on the hill next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
If you've got outdoor chores or jobs coming up, the first thing on your to-do list should be to identify all overhead power lines. Power lines are a leading cause of electrical death in Ontario. To stay safe and alive, always keep yourself and your equipment at least 3 meters away from overhead power lines. You don't have to touch a power line to receive a deadly shock. No outdoor work is worth dying for. A message from the Electrical Safety Authority. Learn more at esasafe.com/stop, look, live.
In Canada, opening a business bank account can take weeks. The fees on your account are endless, and your money earns nothing. Honestly, what the We hear you, but your WTF is also why there's Float. Float is a complete finance platform with business accounts that open in minutes, charge 0 fees, and earn up to 4% interest. It's a business account that makes sense. And money. So let's take back our WTFs and celebrate why there's Float. Open your account today at floatfinancial.com.
This This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays win an 11th in a row at home.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Downtown Toronto is the scene for this 6th game of the American League Championship Series. It's 6-2 Blue Jays, top of the 9th coming up. Jeff Hoffman looks to record 3 outs here and keep the Blue Jays season alive. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Jeff Hoffman, Chris, pitched a 1-2-3-8, but he will look to complete 2 full innings potentially for the first time since late April.
Yeah, Jeff Hoffman's still in this ball game, but it does look like Sir Anthony Dominguez is getting loose down there in that bullpen. Not sure how this inning will play out, but if you're going to get Sir Anthony Dominguez loose, I'm sure he's going to come into this game at some point.
Could be a safety valve. We'll have to wait and see. Hoffman went 2 innings 3 times in April, has not pitched more than an inning since April 30th in any individual game. He faces Randy Arozarena to start the 9th. The pitch. Called strike, 95 at the top of the zone, 0-1. The kick in the 0-1. Just high at 96, a hair above the zone to even the count. Hoffman had Raleigh, Polanco, Naylor in the 8th. In the 9th, he gets Arozarena, Suarez, Crawford. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Place the slider right on the outside corner. It's 1-2. The kick and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 down, 2 to go in the top of the 9th.
Jeff Hoffman's really found it, hasn't he? The fastball velocity is there. The command of that fastball is there. And he's really getting on top of that slider and split finger. He's looking like he did in early May and for the majority of April.
There have been ups and downs, but there is no better time for an up right now in the Hoffman season than this moment. Hey, Eugenio Suarez up to Booz in the first pitch. Waved out and missed his slider, 0-1. Suarez drove in the most recent Mariners run. It's 6-2 Blue Jays. 1 out, bases empty in the top of the 9th. He rocks and offers, and it's taken down and away. Trying to get him to fish for another slider, 1-1. Hoffman's 22nd pitch of the game. Bounce to the plate. It's 2 balls, 1 strike, but overall, finding the zone has not been an issue. 16 strikes to only 6 balls in 22 pitches for Jeff Hoffman.
Yeah, it just seems like early on in this at-bat, he's trying to be perfect. You have to remember that you're up by 4 runs. You want to make a good pitch here, but you want to be in the strike zone.
The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Slider on the outside corner again. It's 2-2.
Just like that. Perfectly located in the strike zone from Jeff Hoffman.
He's punched out 3 of the 4 batters he's faced so far. And his 2-2 pitch. Foul back. Hoffman went with the splitter after he threw everything outside. He tried to go inside with his splitter, and Suarez just barely got a piece of it. Infield plays deep. Ernie Clement, no doubles, is near the line at third. 2-2 to Eugenio Suarez. Low, ball 3, took a splitter about a ball below the zone.
Alejandro Kirk desperately tried to frame that baseball. It was about a ball and a half below the strike zone. Probably shouldn't have tried that hard to frame it.
Full count, 1 out. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got him! Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down in the top of the 9th inning. They booed him off this time in August. They're roaring for Jeff Hoffman right now. He struck out 4 of 5 and is 1 out away from forcing Game 7. 6-2 Blue Jays in the pitch to J.P. Crawford. Down and in, ball one. A right-on-left matchup here for the first time in the inning. Hoffman's 1-0. High 2-0. Stumbled a little bit on the release there. Kirk takes a step in front of home, puts the glove out, pushing it down to tell Hoffman to take a second. 28 pitches into this inning.
Yeah, there's 2 outs in this inning. You're up by 4. You want to pound the strike zone. I know that heart rate is accelerated right now, but you want to slow the game down and make good pitches.
They pull every trick to get him some extra time. New baseball for Hoffman. And now J.P. Crawford back in the box. Open stance left side. Hoffman with a 2-0. Foul tip. In the zone with 94 on the hands. It's 2-1. Marlin and Hoffman have retired 9 straight. The 2-1. Outside, ball 3. Went to the splitter and it sailed on him. And now you may as well go right at J.P. Crawford, who can't hit a grand slam with no one on base. It's 6-2 Blue Jays, 2 outs, bases empty. Top of the 9th. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Just high, ball 4. I think he was looking for the zone with that fastball, but he just missed it above.
Yeah, like you said, you can't hit a grand slam here with a runner at first base. This is a good mound visit for Alejandro Kirk. You want to slow the heart rate, slow the game down, let him know, reinforce to Jeff Hoffman that his stuff is good enough to compete, throw strikes, throw good strikes, and get the Blue Jays back to the clubhouse and into Game 7.
Entire infield comes to talk to Hoffman right now. And walking out to break it up, DJ Rayburn. He'll stop halfway and indicate the 2 mound visits remaining to the Blue Jays' third base dugout.
Sir Anthony Dominguez continues to get loose down there in that bullpen.
Hoffman on 31 pitches will remain in here. He's got the 8-hitter up right now in Dominic Canzone. 6-2 Blue Jays. 2 outs, top of the 9th inning. Canzone 1 for 3 in the game. The righty's pitch. Swing and a pop-up, foul behind home plate. Kirk watching it, but that'll get out of play. It's 0-1. First pitch, he challenged Canzone, 95 in the zone, but in on the hands.
Dominic Canzone does have pop. He had 11 home runs this season while hitting 300, so you still have to make good pitches to him. It's easier now, though. You're ahead 0-1.
32 pitch innings so far, 2 innings for Hoffman. The 0-1. Crawford off for second. He'll get there on defensive indifference as the pitch sails up and away. Another splitter that flew high and outside, 1-1. And for Crawford, he's on second now with defensive indifference. That'll remove a force out at second base and make it more likely that a single would score a run for Seattle. 6-2 Blue Jays, 2 down, top of the 9th. The 1-1. Canzone grounds it foul. And the Mariners, for the first time in this game, are down to their last strike. Blue towels waving in Rogers Center with about 45,000 on their feet. Hoffman set, a look to second. And the 1-2. Poked out to shallow third base. Clement makes the ground, and the Blue Jays live another day. 6-2, the final score. The Blue Jays have forced a Game 7 here at Rogers Center.
What a fantastic performance all the way around. Trey Yesavage wasn't perfect tonight, but he made big pitches when he had to. Got out of a couple of bases loaded, 1-out jams with double plays. Like I said when it happened, I don't think I've ever seen that before in back-to-back innings. What a job from him. He didn't seem like this moment was too big for him. It's exactly what the Blue Jays needed, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. came to play yet again.
6-2, the final score in Game 6 of the American League Championship Series. And we will get one more in what has been an incredible ALCS so far. For now, we take a quick step aside at Rogers Center. And when we come back, we will wrap it up and get you over to Blue Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
At Desjardins, we speak business. We speak startup funding and comprehensive game plans. We've mastered made-to-measure growth and expansion advice, and we can talk your ear off about transferring your business when the time comes. Because at Desjardins Business, we speak the same language you do. Business. So join the more than 400,000 Canadian entrepreneurs who already count on us and contact Desjardins today. We'd love to talk business.
Inviting Toyo drivers to test their winter-rated tires was a great idea.
Thanks.
In the changing conditions,
Drivers on Toyo's all-weather tires look really confident.
and during those tough, slippery conditions,
Toyo microbit technology is keeping them safe.
'Cause?
They've got nuts that really grip.
how about another test?
Test successful.
You just can't phase a Toyo driver.
The Toyo rebate event is on now. Save even more on select sets of 4. Details at toyotires.ca. Toyo Tires, making tires for your road.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
6-2, the Blue Jays defeat the Seattle Mariners in Game 6 of the American League Championship Series to a raucous crowd. The Blue Jays stay alive in the ALCS. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning into this one. We are waiting for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's talking right now with Fox. He will head over to Sportsnet's Hazel May in a second, and we will have that interview for you. And actually, I believe Vladdy is going right now. So before we even get to my great partner, Chris LaRue, let's go down to the field. Here is Hazel May with a guy who hit his 6th home run of the postseason today, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Guerrero Jr. has tied Joe Carter and the birthday boy, Jose Bautista, for the most home runs in a single postseason in franchise history. How did you approach going to Game 6, Vladdy?
I mean, I just wake up today and I just say, I'm going to give you all I have for the city. I'm going to give you all I have for the fans. And thank God we're coming, we're winning. And tomorrow we want to try to do the same thing.
The Blue Jays have just had incredible defense all season long. You were a big part of those 3 double plays, 2 with the bases loaded. How much was that a boost to you guys tonight?
I mean, we're trying to play defense. We try to hit. We're trying to run the base. We're trying to do it all for the city, and all these guys come here and try to win it all. And to us, it's like one game at a time, one about a time. And tomorrow we're trying to come and win it.
For the second time in franchise history, the Blue Jays are going to play Game 7. Are you ready?
Hey, you asked me if I'm ready. I born ready. And I want it all for this city.
Vladimir Guerrero Guerrero Jr. We'll see you tomorrow, Vladdy. Guys, back to you.
If that doesn't get you fired up, I don't know what will. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., thanks so much to Sportsnet's Hazel May. Chris, let's quickly dive into this one. We can start on the offense because there were a couple big swings in this game. Blue Jays took advantage of some errors in the second inning to kind of dink and dunk their way to a 2-0 lead. Addison Barger with an RBI single in that frame. Then Barger with a big 2-run homer in the third inning. And Vlad had a solo shot in the fifth. Up and down lineup production again.
Well, I think the biggest blast of this ball game was definitely that Addison Barger 2-run home run. It was just a 2-0 ball game. And like we talked about so many times, not only during this game, but during this series, this is such a potent offense. 1 through 6 can do damage, change a ball game at any time. So to extend that lead early, especially against a guy like Logan Gilbert, who has been nasty for the majority of this season, it was just so big, such a confidence boost. It lifted the nervous energy out of the dugout, off the crowd, and that really was an important part of this ball game. Obviously, the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. solo shot didn't put the game out of reach, but that just extended the lead, made everybody feel comfortable, even more comfortable than they already were. What an offensive performance all the way around.
I feel like it's important to remind people that the Mariners might have the best 1 through 5 rotation in baseball, or at least it's in the discussion. And Logan Gilbert now is one of 5 starts in a row in this series where the Mariners starter could not record an out in the 5th. Only once in this series have they even gone to 4 1/3 for the Mariners rotation. But none of that would have mattered if the Blue Jays weren't getting outs on the other side. There were times where it looked a little bit tricky today for Yesavage, especially with traffic in the 3rd and the 4th. But multiple times he came up with huge pitches for today's plays of the game. Infield back, they're looking at turn 2 or just getting out. The pitch hit on the ground, backhanded by Guerrero. He throws to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play! 3-6-1. Raleigh bounces out to ruin the jam, and the Blue Jays take a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the 3rd. Bases loaded, 1 out. The 0-2. Poked out to second, fielded on a bounce. IKF to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play. They've done it again. They get out of the bases loaded jam, and the Blue Jays up 4-0, middle of the 4th.
It was pretty incredible in the moment to see that happen. Like I said during the broadcast, I don't think I've ever seen back-to-back innings, bases loaded, 1 out, double plays to get out of it. I mean, let alone in a game this big. What a performance from Yesavage. He wasn't perfect. There were some speed bumps along the way, but he made big pitches when he needed to, and that's what people are going to remember. They're not going to remember the walks. They're not going to remember the wild pitches. I don't think he had any, but they're going to remember the big pitches in big spots, and that's exactly what he did tonight.
Whether it was Yesavage, Louis Varland, or Jeff Hoffman, because we should note Varland and Hoffman allowed 1 base runner in 3 1/3 combined. It was dominant from Blue Jays pitching today to help them to a 6-2 win. And now we get the 2 best words in sports. Game 7 coming up tomorrow. The American League Championship Series wraps up at 8:08 Eastern, 5:08 Pacific. The expectation is that it'll be a Game 3 matchup, Shane Bieber against George Kirby. But stick around after our game broadcast is done in case in their post-game availabilities, Dan Wilson or John Schneider end up announcing those starters officially. The Blue Jays, though, fight their way back again. In 9 innings, will decide if they go to the World Series. 6-2, they win. 2 runs, 7 hits, 3 crucial errors for Seattle, and 6 left on base. 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors, and 10 left on for the Blue Jays. Second win of the postseason for Yesavage, who's 2-1 in the playoffs. Logan Gilbert, 1-1 in the postseason. He picks up the loss. No save for Jeff Hoffman, although he pitched well enough to earn one in a 2-hour, 51-minute game in front of 44,764. That will do it for our game broadcast. What a game it was. We appreciate you tuning in. From our technical directors, Stephen Coyle, Tom Young, and Andrew Adams, our producer, Nick Blackmore, and our host, Show Ali. Along with my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your night. And a Game 6 winning edition of Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
All right, Kevin Barker. Well, I feel like I should be congratulating you after this 6-2 Blue Jays win over the Mariners. We are going to a Game 7. In our pregame show, you talked about Logan Gilbert and Addison Barger. And you said, this is a pitching matchup that might play into Addison Barger's hands. Well, it sure did, Kevin. Addison Barger had 2 hits off of Logan Gilbert, including a 2-run home run that, as Chris LaRue put it rightly, just seemed to lift all the tension out of this place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, going into the game, it's basically with Logan Gilbert, you got to eliminate all that extra noise, right? It's how lazy he looks on the mound when he's going through his windup. It's sort of when he gets to his landing spot, it's how quickly his arm and how long it is and how much extension it is. And I just think Addison Barger can let it travel, fight off the heater to see the secondary stuff. And in that RBI single that he had, that was a splitter up. He hammered that thing, right? It's fighting off the stuff you need to fight off to get the pitch that you think you can hammer and put your A swing on it. And just that bat path and the way he gets his foot down and the way he gets to his extension, I was just thinking that was a big deal. And then that slider down, I don't know how many sliders you would want to throw to a lefty because of that natural little uppercut in their swing, but when he got it, he didn't miss it. And that was sort of what you were thinking, or at least I was thinking going into tonight, was there needed to be that guy. Mm-hmm. That guy that could match sort of what Logan was trying to throw with that path and that lower half and just the mindset of, I'm going to be a very aggressive offensive player in my zone, and Addison Barger does that basically every night. It's just a perfect matchup, and you're right, I think, or, anybody that wanted to say about that, Homer, that was big time. Like, that was exactly what the doctor ordered.
You talked about before the game how this was going to be a game of big events, and the idea for the Blue Jays was to have more big events than the Mariners did. Clearly, that was the case tonight. Addison Barger with 2-run home run, 3 RBIs. Vladdy with a home run. And scoring on an error, a throwing error by Cal Raleigh. But beyond that, Kevin, double plays. Trey Yesavage did what he had to do tonight. But my goodness, he was helped out by 3 double plays. Mm-hmm. The Mariners, by the way, if you're interested, are the first team in postseason history to ground into a bases-loaded double play in back-to-back innings.
There you go.
They actually did it in back-to-back innings as well. But the big play for me in this game, that 3-6-1 double play with Cal Raleigh at the plate, started by Vladdy. You were a former first baseman. You just looked at me and said, that is a hard play for Vladdy to make.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're back. When I was a left-handed thrower, so it's a little easier for me getting it glove side and sort of feeding it with momentum towards where you wanted the ball to go. Doing that backhand and sort of trying to run it towards your target with a little authority is not the easiest thing. And, oh, by the way, you're dodging a runner. You're trying to find the baseball and keep the baseball in your glove on the transfer and those kind of things you want to throw BB. And for Trey to go over, find the bag, and tag the bag and make it look effortless was a big deal. Yeah, sometimes I think, Jeff, you'd rather be lucky than good, right? That Cal splitter, was center cut right down the middle. Like, it's sort of like the Ernie Clement bases loader, right, where he takes the swing a little bunt in front of the plate and they get out of a big inning. It's kind of that sort of night. It felt that way with the Blue Jays, right? It was, you make a decent pitch in a decent spot. You get a really hot sort of Jays killer out in a big moment. It just sort of took off from there. So, yeah, everything, whenever they needed a tight play, they made it.
416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590 is a text line. Cal Raleigh tonight, 3 strikeouts, hit into a double play. Jeff Hoffman pitched 2 innings for the first time since April 30th. To put this game away.
Look at me.
Yeah, I don't know about his availability tomorrow for Game 7. Sir Anthony Dominguez was up in the bullpen. kind of looking back at Game 5 and said, well, you wouldn't go with Jeff Hoffman against that part of the order in the 8th inning up by 1 run, but you did it tonight against 4. Maybe they learned something.
Not to use Little. That's what they learned. I have no idea why they ran Hoffman out there. I mean, it's must win. You know, he threw 15 pitches in the first inning that he threw in the 8th there, the 3 up, 3 down. You can tell he's pretty fired up. At the end of that 9th inning, about the 30th pitch, you can tell he's running out of steam. Like, hopefully that's not things to come tomorrow because they will use him if they have to.
Yep.
It's all hands on deck. But, yeah, again, it is what it is. Who cares? They won.
Folks, we have a Game 7 tomorrow at the Rogers Center. 8:08 is the first pitch on Sportsnet 90 The Fan and Sportsnet. Jays 27 outs away from going to the World Series and facing Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Hard to believe we're here, considering where we thought we were coming out of spring training.
Yeah, nobody in their right mind would have thought that this was ever going to happen, but it did. I mean, a collection of 26 guys and, you know, sort of us against the world figured it out. And everything they needed to do. I mean, the way the game ended a couple of nights ago, you would think, well, you could sort of, you know, excuse them if they showed up. They were a little flat. They didn't look themselves. They weren't. Like, they showed up. You could tell the energy was there. They scored first. Trey was decent. I mean, he wasn't great, right? The velocity was a little moody. That 20-minute, I think, between that, I think that 3rd inning was 20 minutes. That's a long time to sit over there after the sort of the heart rate was where it was at, and he go over there and sit down. I know he's not complaining because they scored a couple of runs, but that's the point. He got it done when he needed to get it done.
Rob in Oakville, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing quite well, actually.
Always great to hear from you guys. You guys are fantastic.
Thank you.
Had to call in after... it's almost poetic, right? How things work out with the use of Hoffman today, when every fan and most analysts were saying that they should have used Hoffman and Sir Anthony in, you know, the 8th and 9th inning last game, and then of course John was reluctant to admit that he made any mistake about that in his comments the last day or two. And I'm kind of flabbergasted that, you know, it's a must-win game. It's a 4-run game, and we decide that we're going to burn Hoffman after one of his most incredible performances. So can't understand that. Still can't understand that, you know, you guys have made such great points last time that we didn't use our top 2 pitchers. I would have argued Little was our 7th, so we didn't even use our 4th or 5th best relievers last time. But last point, and then I want to hear what you guys have to say. I've called in a couple of times before lamenting about how great Lauer has been for this team. And sure enough, and Jeff, you said, you know, he was going to be used in some key situation. And I actually believe that was going to be the case. But what has he done that this team, this management, doesn't trust the guy when they clearly have a lot of bullpen issues and you know, 6.5 ERA or whatever in the playoffs?
Thanks for the call. Listen, I think a lot of it is, you know, Eric Lauer.
Lanes,
yeah. You explain that to people.
Well, I think you got to have a reason to put him out there, right? I mean, the last couple of, until last night, I'm sure that's changed. I would be shocked if they go again with him.
I just want to jump in. Kevin's right. We spoke to people. They're convinced they didn't make a mistake.
Absolutely. So, there you are. Whatever numbers they were seeing, whatever they were seeing with the cutter that he had added, you know, trying to basically keep the 3 guys in that lane that Little was throwing in the yard. That was the deal. And then the way it looked after he gave up the homer, that was a no-no. They don't like that. They don't like optically the way it looks. So that, again, I think I'll be shocked if we ever see it again. Yeah, it was – I don't know. I don't have no idea why Hoffman pitched 2 innings.
Yeah, no, I don't either. Hopefully, John Schneider will tell us why. Again, Sir Anthony Dominguez was up in the bullpen for most of the 9th inning. Actually, he got up with 1 out in the 9th inning, pardon me. Your guess is as good as ours.
April 30 until now is a long time, Jeff.
That's a long time. And the only time he's pitched 2 innings, those outings have come in extra inning games. So, and the 3 of them, he's done it 3 times. They were all in April. So he hasn't pitched 2 innings since then. Again, we'll hear what John Schneider has to say.
It worked.
It worked out. It worked out. They're going to Game 7.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess the plan is working. come back from Seattle, stay in the series, win at home. And I have to say this. I mean, the crowd tonight at the Rogers Center, the energy tonight was off the charts.
I love that.
It was absolutely off the charts.
I was
right
trying to listen to Dan and Buck in my earbuds and couldn't.
Yeah, it was. I
couldn't hear them.
There was a ton of energy.
Maybe I need to get new earbuds, eh?
I don't know about that.
You want to buy me some for Christmas?
People, you know what is though? Trey Yesavage gets folks fired up.
He does.
There's something about him.
He's young and filthy.
That's
why.
But he also, there's a little, he strikes a guy out and he walks around the mound. There's a little, it gets folks fired up a little bit.
And
you know what? It doesn't hurt either. It doesn't hurt having Jose Bautista come out and throw the first pitch and basically, get the crowd jacked up before the first pitch of the game.
It worked exactly the way it was supposed to work.
416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. 590 is a text line. The Blue Jays have beaten the Mariners 6-2 at the Rogers Center. Folks, we have ourselves a Game 7 tomorrow night at the Rogers Center. We're going to take a break, come back, and go to the phone lines, go to the text as well. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Ready to find your happy? Our experts at Sell Off Vacations know just where to go. Cuba. Why? Because we found happy here. In the locals that greet you with a smile. In the beaches that relax you. And a culture that charms from the start. Because Cuba es única. If happy's what you're looking for, we can help you find it. Contact our experts at
selloffvacations.com. It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
That ball is soaring out of here. A grand slam.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Runner on third, 2 outs. Gilbert's pitch. Barger lifts the ball. Right center. Canzone looking up at the fence. Out of here. Addison Barger and the Blue Jays double their advantage. They're up 4-0 in the third. The kick in the 1-1. Swing and a laser. Left field and deep. Sinking toward the bullpen. Gone! Plakatov! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 5-0 Blue Jays in the fifth.
Yeah, the two big blows of this game, the Blue Jays beating the Seattle Mariners 6-2. Game 7's calling, folks. 8:08 tomorrow at the Rogers Center. On the line, a chance to move on to the 2025 World Series. A date with the LA Dodgers. And keep in mind that the Blue Jays have home field advantage against the Dodgers. I mean, again, I keep sort of thinking about talking about possibly going to the World Series at this point in time, but that's where we are, 29 outs away from that, from the Jays going to the World Series. Dan Wilson, the Mariners manager, has confirmed that George Kirby will get the start tomorrow. Shane Bieber will get the start for the Blue Jays, and again, 8:08 will be the first pitch right here on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet. Eddie in Fort Erie, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Jeff and Kevin, how you guys doing tonight?
Hey, man, Eddie, how you doing? Been a while.
I know, but I still listen to you guys and watch you guys. You guys do a great job as always.
Thank you, man.
You know what, guys? Going into this Game 6, I could tell... Well, sorry, let me rephrase. The Blue Jays knew that they felt more relaxed. The Mariners looked a little nervous because throughout this postseason, the Mariners have been playing a lot of up and down baseball, a lot of doors open and a lot of doors closed. Had an opportunity to beat the Tigers in 4 games. They couldn't do it. Took a 2-0 lead against the Blue Jays in the first 2 games. Then they lost the next 2. Then they win in Game 5, and then they had a chance to win tonight, and it didn't happen. And you know what? I think the errors that they committed by Rodriguez and Suarez, and then Rowley throwing the ball to third base to try to stop Vladdy. I mean, you could tell how nervous they were because they knew they were this close, but something along the way seems to happen with them. And it's one of those crazy things. And that's how I kind of took away from this game tonight. And good on the Blue Jays to tie up the series. I can't wait for Game 7 tomorrow night. And hopefully we get to the World Series, guys.
Eddie, I appreciate the call. Yeah, it's going to be wild here tomorrow night. And, you know, one of the things I think we talked about with the Mariners going in the series, you know, they're not a great defensive team. You know, we're used to seeing, I mean, let's face it, we've seen some defensive butchers this year in the American League East, right? Having watched the Red Sox and the Yankees in particular. But the Mariners have got they got the odd clangor in them every now and then. And tonight, you know, the play not made on that on the Rodriguez error. Eugenio Suarez making an error on a ball that he makes 9 times out of 10. And then Cal Raleigh throwing the ball away to third base. Vladdy scoring on the error, the throwing error coming after the wild pitch. Vladdy scoring the 5th run of the game. And, sorry, that's the 6th run of the game. And, yeah, I mean, Kevin, they do not play – they don't play a clean brand of baseball.
Yeah, I think the Jays put the pressure on a team tonight because there was some urgency from the Jays. Offensively, you could tell they had a good game plan. They were, you know, trying to stay within themselves when it comes to, you know, what they do well at the plate. And, I mean, you got to give him credit. Addison Barger had a really good night.
And, Vladdy, that ball Vladdy hit in the 2nd inning is just an absolute scorcher.
Well, I'm sure he'd say it's an out. It's a 116-mile-an-hour ground ball with the bases loaded. But what you saw there was that's a slider away. That's a two-handed finish. Two-handed finishes are in and out of the zone. His next at-bat in the 5th inning, what's he get? He gets a curveball that's down. That's a one-handed finish. That keeps everything in line. That keeps your barrel in the zone longer. That adds length. That gets the ball in the air. Where did the ball go? For a homer. That's the adjustment. That's where Vladdy's at right now. Like to be able to do that is almost impossible. I used to try. I was a decent hitter. I wasn't Vladdy, but I tried to do that. That's really hard to do. So give a bunch of dudes credit. They stepped up.
Sean and Caledon, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Hey, Sean. Hello, Sean. Sean's not answering. We just kind of skipped over Trey Yesavage. Should mention his 22 strikeouts are tied for the second most in MLB history by a rookie in his first 3 career playoff starts. Noah Syndergaard had 24 in his first 3 playoff starts for the 2015 Mets. And we do have to say that you talked about the importance of getting out of that first inning. My goodness, 9 pitches, striking out Cal Raleigh, striking out the side in the second. Yeah, he had some wobbles from that point on, got some double plays to get out of the game. But and his velocity, was down a tick, down about a mile per hour from what the Jays wanted it to be. But man, he battled and kept the ball in the park.
Yeah, why it's important to get out of the first inning. In the second inning, the Jays scored 2 runs. That's the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you can go out and put another 0 up. They scored 2 more. It's 4-0 going into the 4th inning. That's called cruise control. Like you're just trying to give your lineup a chance early to add a little energy to the room. That's exactly what happened. Everybody that should have done something did something.
Kyle in Lower Sackville, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going well. Game 7, man. It's going great.
Thanks for getting me in. I've been calling in here the last couple of weeks trying to get in with you guys. I appreciate you taking my call. Just want to give some props to the defense tonight, right? Like they some of those plays they probably look routine to the average fan just watching those games, but man, when we needed a big double play, the defense came up and there were some hard spots there and they made it look free and easy, and they got out of those innings, and here we go. And one other thing, tonight, Hoffman looked good, and I've been saying the last couple times he's been out there, looks like he's kind of found something. I don't know if you go to him in the 9th inning. I don't know who you go there. Do we really got to run him back out there and run the count up a little bit? I don't know. You're up 4 runs, so maybe we give the ball to another guy there because we're probably going to need him tomorrow night, right? But
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the call. And again, we'll wait to hear what John Schneider has to say about that. I mean, there were some puzzled looks, in the broadcast booth here when Jeff Hoffman went out for the 2nd inning, especially with the game tomorrow. The thing to keep in mind, it is going to be all hands on deck tomorrow. And, you've got one way or another, you got a lot of time off after tomorrow's game. Either you got about a week to get ready for the World Series, or you got 4 months to get ready for spring training. So, but yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised that Hoffman was out there for 2 innings.
Well, I'm sure you'll see a different pitcher in those lanes tomorrow.
Yes, I would think you probably would. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say goodbye to our friends along the network. And if you're listening to us on Sportsnet 590 The Fan or online, please stick around. We'll be here up to midnight. And again, the numbers to call, 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. The text line is open. 590-590 is the text line. Jordan and Kamloops, the Jays are the better team, period. If they lose tomorrow, it's because they beat themselves. And when they play their game 1-9, they're a tough company. Let's get it done tomorrow. Thank you very much, Jordan. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Postseason Baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
Bet365 is paying out before the final buzzer.
Check out Bet365's early payout for NHL hockey. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 3-goal lead, you get paid, no matter the final score. And with early payout, you could be on your way to a winning parlay.
Early payout. Just another reason why it's never ordinary at Bet365, an official betting partner of the NHL. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca. T&Cs apply.
Small businesses often start with a passion to make a difference for their community, and they rely on us to help them succeed. Scotiabank supports business owners with personalized advice, tools, and rewards to help your business thrive. Find out how you could earn up to $880 in bonuses and savings for your business. Get started today at scotiabank.com/business offers. Conditions apply. Offer expires November 30th, 2025. Full details are available at scotiabank.com/business offers. Offer subject to change.
Flying south this winter? Choose snowbirdship.com to get your vehicle to you. We specialize in streamlined cross-border vehicle shipping. From automating cross-border documentation to managing every step, we ensure the process is stress-free from pickup to delivery. Get an instant quote now at snowbirdship.com and leave the hard part to us. When snowbirds want their vehicle delivered, they trust the experts at Snowbird Ship for reliable, stress-free cross-border auto shipping. Skip the long drive and get your instant quote now at snowbirdship.com.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is midnight Friday. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
When you get into a new Tacoma, you might suddenly find yourself expertly tackling bumps and boulders on backwood trails with a confidence you just didn't have during pothole season. All that's left to do is drive it home. Get in and go right now at Toyota, where you can lease a 2025 Tacoma 4x4 double cab SR5 from $134 weekly for 40 months at 6.79% with $4,900 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
Monopoly Double Play is back at McDonald's. So let's practice winning. You just won 25 grand. And go.
Yes!
I said 25 grand.
That's what I'm talking about! Yeah!
Much better. Okay, now you just won a brand new Chevrolet Corvette. I think you just fainted. Impressive. Feel like a winner on pack and in-app. Monopoly Double Play is back. While supplies last, 1 in 5 chances to win game piece prizes at outset. Chances to win draw prizes depend on number of entries in each draw. Cash prizes payable by e-transfer. See rules in-app.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Dive into 888 Casino. Because it's made to blow minds. It's made to relax. It's made for the unknown. It's made to take a chance.
It's just made to play.
Yeah, that works.
19 plus, Ontario only. Please play responsibly.
Hey everyone, Greg Carrasco here, the Card King. And during the all-out clear-out event, it's not about what you can do for us, it's about what the kingdom can do for you. So we have 0% financing on all the vehicles in inventory, so long as it's a Rolls, a Sentra, or a Kicks. We have no commission salespeople, and on top of that, we have $500 cash back. You can buy a car from anyone, or you can buy it from the Car King. There's something happening here at directnissan.ca.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Begley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BegleyOverheadDoors.com today.
Mondays on Broad. Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
Hey, this is David Schneider
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. They went to the splitter in an unhittable location, and Naylor fished for it down and away. 1 out. 1 out, base is empty. Infield shift to third. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Yesavage has punched out 2 in a row, and 3 of the first 5. 2 down. 2-2 again. Called strike 3. 94 at the knees. Yesavage punches out the Mariners in the top of the second, and the Blue Jays try and take that momentum into the bottom half.
This was the most electric, energized crowd I've ever played in front of before. And the team rallied behind the fans, and they're a huge motivation for us.
There you go. That is Trey Yesavage. Boy, he is going out of his way to endear himself to Toronto fans.
Keep pitching, Will.
Absolutely. And indeed, tonight, well, I think the fans, as we said in the first part of this show, tonight the Toronto fans showed up and showed out tonight. They really did. The energy was palpable. You could feel it before the game.
Kirky walked on the field and people went nuts.
Kirky walked on the exactly. I mean, it was something else. And George Springer came out to sprint and do his warm-ups, and people went nuts as well. So, hey, again, it's not like the Mariners are some sort of juggernaut that's been here before. They got, the Mariners have some warped history in their past. And they haven't gone to the World Series before. Of course, the Blue Jays went in 92, 93. It's a long time ago. Mm-hmm. But, 27 outs away from a possible trip to the World Series. It is Blue Jays Talk with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. 6-2. The Blue Jays have beaten the Mariners. Game 7 tomorrow, 8:08 on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet. Tony and Maple, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, great show, guys, as always. I'll try to be quick with some comments on my question. Sure. A longtime Blue Jay fan, I think Vladdy could easily become the best Blue Jay ever, as well as the most likable. His personality, his skill sets, just awesome. Glad we kept him. The 3 amigos, I think you can understand. Schneider, our pitching coach, I'll call him, and Don not there, Mattingly. These guys need to wake up. You remember going to the mound one too many times? Well, last night was the night before was a repeat of the same thing, putting the wrong pitcher on the mound. Schneider, I think he has no class. Cito Gaston, please come back to Toronto. Provide some lessons to Schneider so he can represent this club with class.
What makes you say that about Schneider?
You ever watch his language, how he speaks?
He gets excited. He speaks the way I speak.
No, I've never heard you curse.
Well, actually, I've only done it 3 times on the radio.
Not Jeff, I listen to you and Kevin all the time. I've never heard you guys at all speak that way.
Listen, I think, that's John. John wears his emotions on his sleeve. It's the thing that has gotten him where he is right now, along with the fact that I think he's a pretty good baseball man as well. But, again, Game 5's gone. They won Game 6. Where, the question we have, and again, we're waiting to hear from John, the question we have is we're just trying to figure out why Jeff Hoffman went 2 innings and what that means. For tomorrow. But, you're right. Listen, thanks for the call, Tony. You're right about Vladdy.
Absolutely.
I said before the start of the postseason that, to my way of thinking, Vladdy's big contract started in Game 1 of the series against the Yankees. And I'm not going to say that every postseason Vladdy's in is going to look like this postseason, but boy, oh boy, he has... He
needed this.
He needed this.
Yeah.
It's going to be, frankly, it's going to be impossible to question Vladdy from this point on, because you can look back to that Yankee series, and I don't know if anybody heard Brian Cashman's comments earlier this week when he was doing the Yankees postmortem. He said, hey, the Jays rolled us in the regular season. They rolled us in the postseason. Those are Brian Cashman's words. And Vladdy was very much a reason that they were able to do that. So, yeah, listen, it makes me really happy, because I think regardless of how this series turns out, I think Vladdy has cemented his place with this franchise, and he cemented it if it was needed. And I think, frankly, a lot of fans kind of brought into Vladdy before some of us in the media did, because they really want Vladdy to succeed. You know, this is the type of guy they've been waiting for.
Yeah.
But I think that's the beauty of this year is, regardless of how tomorrow turns out, Vladdy's the guy. It's Vladdy's team. And we're always going to be able to look back to the postseason, and where Vladdy had a postseason for the ages. I mean, he really did. He's already, in the Blue Jays record book for postseason accomplishments in a couple of areas. So, yeah, it's great. I mean, that's the biggest thing I'm going to take out of this postseason, regardless of how it goes, is the fact that it was Vladdy. Vladdy put his imprint on this team and on this franchise, and it's going to be awfully hard for somebody to wipe out that imprint.
Yeah, sports is always about what he done for me lately, and lately Vladdy's carrying this team. I mean, that's, there's a lot of other guys who have stepped up and sort of taken their game to a whole different level, but it starts with the big fella. I've been told by many people that if they ever got that guy going, they could win a World Series. I mean, they could get to a World Series winning it. Again, that takes a lot of luck, but man alive, just by what he does, the things he can do now adjustment-wise, just per bat from it back. Like that two-handed finish, I talk about that some. That's freakish. It's very hard to do that because it's just very uncomfortable. It's something you have to do on the fly. You can't think about that. And for him to be able to make that adjustment from one at bat to the other, it's a pretty cool thing to watch. He's a stud right now, man. I tell you, he's must watch.
Brendan in Edmonton, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Good evening, gentlemen. I just wanted to say, this has got to be the most exciting team I've watched in a long time. And I don't know if I told you the guys this before, but I was in the building in the middle of August, or beginning rather, I should say, in 2015 to see a David Price start against a certain Minnesota Twins team, and it was the most electric building I had ever been in. And now, I mean, these buildings don't even, that doesn't even compare to what this city is doing right now. And energy-wise, I'm just really pumped up looking from afar. Kind of disappointed I won't be able to get to watch all the game tomorrow. I'm flying back to friendly Manitoba to go to work again. But I'll be cheering on with them in my heart every step of the way. 27 outs. Let's get back to the World Series. It's been far too long for this team, and when everything's said and done, I don't think the contributions Ernie Clement has made to this team, and every single night coming up with big hits, getting on base consistently, just playing solid defense wherever you want to put him.
Yep.
I don't know. Vladdy's the superstar, and George Springer is, and there's a lot of veteran leaders on this team. But I think Ernie Clement is a heart and soul guy, and just so solid, and probably my favorite player to watch right now.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. Listen, I appreciate the call. Have a safe flight back to Manitoba. Mm-hmm. Listen, I mean, gosh, what can you say about Ernie Clement again tonight? 2 runs scored. He's on base 4 times, walk, double, triple.
Yeah.
And he gets on base with that. It was his ball that Suarez booted around. Look, we can't say enough about Ernie Clement. He has saved this team's bacon. He's allowed Addison Barger to go to be in right field. There's a lot of things Ernie Clement does. And, man, he, for a guy who's hitting in the 6th spot, he's in the middle. We talked about this on the pregame show. Those guys, Clement, IKF, Jimenez, they're in the middle of everything.
Yeah, there's not many baseball players that are great at. He's great at plate coverage and good at everything else. That's sort of the thing that Ernie brings. You can put him anywhere in the lineup. You need to lead him off. You can hit him in the middle of the order. You can hit him at the bottom of the order. Does whatever you want him to do.
The question that people have been wondering about was the use of Jeff Hoffman for 2 innings tonight.
Yep.
It's the type of thing, had the Jays lost, well, I was going to say no, we wouldn't be second-guessing because there wouldn't be a game tomorrow. But, people are wondering about it. And, John Schneider was asked if it was planned that Hoffman would be in for 2 innings. That's it. Oh, it's that. Okay, sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, so he literally, You just said, yeah. Okay, all right. Well, there you go. We don't even need to play the clip.
How's that?
John, was the plan for Hoffman to come in for 2 innings? Yeah. Okay, there you go. We'll move on. There you go. That, maybe John's...
Well, he's tired of...
He's tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's tired of it.
I mean, sometimes you earn it.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes.
Exactly. Kevin in Virginia, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Jeff and Kevin, it's a pleasure to be on with you. I took some offense to what that caller said earlier about John Schneider, and I disagree. I think we have the best manager in baseball. I know, recency bias. We had the issue with Brendan Little, but how many managers in baseball are going to start a rookie who was in high A, game 2 of the ALDS, and game 6 in a must-win? I mean, how many managers are going to start Max Scherzer, who has given up bomb after bomb in a crucial game, and he delivered? And Max gets all the praise there. John doesn't. But I think we have the best manager in baseball. I trust John Schneider. Jeff Hoffman pitched 2 innings tonight, but we won the game tonight, right? I mean, I really love the fact that John Schneider is our manager, and this team has improved so much under him. I mean, I've listened to you guys for so long. I remember listening to shows where we were talking about the Blue Jays not scoring and running with runners in scoring position night after night after night. Look at this offense right now. I mean, John Schneider's a big reason why we are where we are, and I don't think he gets enough credit when things are going right. I think we just blame him when things are not going right. And look at where we are. We're at Game 7 away from the World Series. I mean, this is the most exciting time in my Blue Jays fandom ever.
Kevin, listen, I appreciate the call. I mean, we've been pretty clear. Look, I think he's, you can go between him and Steven Vogt for Manager of the Year in the American League.
Not for me. He's
people were talking about on shows last night on social media, John Schneider should be fired. I mean, it was not. It was a decision that most of us don't think was right. He seems convicted in it.
He trusts his players a little bit more than we do. He trusts his players
more than we do. That's probably the best way to say it. But yeah, I think, Tony, the whole thing, the language and all that, that's John. And you know what? Times have changed, man. Times have changed. Clubhouse celebrations have changed. I mean, they really have. And it's just, different time, man. People speak differently. People conduct themselves differently in public. There are fewer guardrails out there. So I don't really, I don't have any issue with John at all like that. Just be yourself, and that's John.
He's had a good year. He's one of the reasons why we're at there right now because of, the things he's done with the lineup, the things he did with George.
And the bullpen. I mean, it's not like this guy doesn't have Mariano Rivera or Mason Miller or pick a guy at the back end of his bullpen. He's piecing it together on most nights.
He has come off a pretty bad night. I mean, if you make a move like that, it better work.
Well,
that's the reason why everybody's throwing their hands in the air. So sometimes you earn a little criticism, and he seems to be a guy like his team that can wad that up, throw that in the garbage, move on. And he got booed when he was walking out today to take Yesavage
which was idiotic. I mean, taking Yesavage out was absolutely the right call.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I don't think they were booing the move as much as they were booing the manager.
Yeah, they really wanted to boo him 2 nights ago, and they didn't have a chance.
There you go.
But
and then they cheered when Trey was walking off the field.
I mean, by and large, John Schneider's been a really good manager for this team. Folks, they're a win away from the World Series. John Gibbons never got him a win away. Did he get him a win away from the World Series? He might have. I shouldn't really say that. They had that series in Kansas City. But there have been a lot of managers that have run through this city since Cito Gaston, and a lot of them haven't been as successful as John.
It's been a really good year. I mean, most people were picking the Blue Jays to finish 4th or 5th in their division and be playing meaningful games in September. They passed that way up.
Ben, leaving the game, wants to talk about the energy at the Rogers Center.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Kevin. How you doing?
Doing well, man. It was nuts tonight. Like I told Kevin early, I said, this is what I expected Game 1 and Game 2 to be like.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was really exciting. The energy was unbelievable. We were in the parking garage after the game for 20 minutes, just honking for 20 minutes straight. We deserve this, man.
Yeah.
And George Kirby, tomorrow stands absolutely no chance. He gave up, 8 runs in Seattle, and now he's going to be in Toronto.
These guys are locked in. George, Vlad, they're locked in.
And looking to the World Series, they got Shohei Ohtani, we got Ernie Clement. That's all I'm going to say.
Nice. Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
Ben, I appreciate it. Thanks
There
so much,
it
man.
is.
Take care.
Everything's going to have to work the way it's supposed to be working tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to still have to play well. George is going to locate. He throws hard.
Although, you know what?
Top of the zone.
I'm going to say this, It's been a year to slay dragons for this team, right? Beat the Yankees to the point where the Yankees general manager basically said that, he waved the white flag. The Jays rolled us. If they can beat the Mariners, you can kiss away that collision in the outfield. Mm-hmm. And then you got the Dodgers with Shohei Ohtani and Roki Sasaki coming in.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? I mean, there's another, little bit of bad history there.
There it is.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm even looking ahead that far.
No, don't.
Tony in Cornwall, I was hoping you'd call up, my friend. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm very, very happy. I just wanted to just say a couple of things, if you don't mind. I'm going to give this crew of baseball players, Addison Barger and Clement and Jimenez and Lucas and Varso and IKF. I'm going to call them demolition crew because that's what they are. They are a demolition crew. And, everybody's talking about, the big hitters on our team, the home run hitters. Obviously, these guys take off the pressure off of Kirk and Vladdy and Springer because they manufacture runs so devastatingly that they destroy great pitchers. They never quit. They continue to dominate the base path. They steal, they bunt, they do crazy things. And you see Barger's home run. This guy is pumped up, man. Like these guys are on a mission. And I sometimes listen down to the WFAN New York to this guy, Keith McPherson, and they love this demolition crew of players. They're going, if the Yankees only had these guys on their team, they could have beaten obviously they were talking about great, the holes in their lineup. And they're saying the Jays have no holes in their lineup because they're playing small ball, home run ball. They have pitching. They have everything. And as to the point about the manager, I mean, like umpires make mistakes, players make mistakes. Sometimes the best managers, the best hockey coaches in the world make mistakes. Overall, I mean, you can't complain because, like the caller from Virginia said, John Snyder made incredible moves. Like Yesavage coming in and being a star the way he is, this guy has to have vision. And one of the things that a lot of people don't know is that Vladdy came up with John. And John was his coach, I guess, in New Hampshire and all the way up. So the players have total confidence in this guy, and they're playing for their team.
Yeah, Tony, I appreciate the call. We got a lot of callers we need to get to, so thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, that is a point to remember. John did manage Vladdy and Bo coming up.
Win tomorrow. Nobody will care about Game 5.
Yeah, I don't think so either. No. Every manager that someone once told me, the farther you go in a baseball season, the greater the chances of screwing up. And I think maybe if you look back, you'll probably find every manager. I'm sure Dave Roberts has had some decisions he's had to answer for in the past in the postseason. Even the great Joe Torre's had some decisions he's had to answer for in the past.
There's a lot of different people that have their fingerprints on all these moves.
Yeah, that's the other thing to keep in mind. John Schneider was asked, who is available tomorrow?
When you brought Hoffman in for 2 innings, was that planned right from the start? If you were leading the game, he was coming in for 2?
Yeah. Further to what Griff asked about Hoffman, if he goes 2 tonight, does that make him available tomorrow, or what's your situation with him?
Yeah, everyone's available tomorrow. Beebs is obviously starting, so that takes him out of the equation in the bullpen, but every single person that is active on our roster will be available to play tomorrow.
There you go, John Schneider, including Jeff Hoffman.
Absolutely.
Alex in Dawson Creek, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Gentlemen, great to be on with you. I was on the edge of my seat that whole game. You throw strikes, good things happen. I liked Hoffman coming out there in the ninth. I saw if we win Game 6, I think Schneider probably figured it's going to give a massive psychological boost that would make it almost impossible for the Mariners to win Game 7.
That's actually a good. That's actually a good point. I mean, you know, we always talk about stepping their necks when you get a chance. They stepped in their neck.
Yeah, just put a pin in it now. My question to you is, what is it about this team that you think is allowing them to dismantle some of the best pitchers in baseball? Like you said, Fried, Rodon, they chase Castillo, Kirby, Gilbert, all in short order. What is it about the team that's helping them get to that next level with these ace pitchers?
Yeah, Kevin, thanks.
Yeah, well, I think you mentioned the word team a bunch of times. I think, again, that 26 against 1, Jeff always laughs and rolls his eyes, but it's true. John's been saying that since day one of spring training. You know, if they're going to go anywhere, it's going to take the entire village, and I think that's what you're seeing. John said that about, you know, getting your ace swing off as many times as you can, right? I think that's sort of the plan every single time they go to the plate is if you don't do it the first time, you do it the second time. If you don't do it the second time, you do it the third time. That's the fight in them 1 through 9. And I think that's sort of passing the baton that way. And they made an adjustment after the second game to the third game. They're very good at that. Again, I sometimes think that's funny whenever John says we're very good at, you know, wadding it up and throwing it in the garbage. How can you argue that? Like every time you see them do something and you wonder if they can come back the next day, they come back the next day and they're that much better. So, yeah, I think it's that team thing, and that's why I think the Yankees are wanting a bunch of the Jays because of that team thing.
Mike in Newmarket, you're on Blue Jays Talk. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I was 15 years old when I first stepped on the field with the Jays. I was playing in the pipe band that did the opening ceremonies in the 92 and 93. And, I mean, the experience with the crowd was just electric. But I look at today and I compare it to, as well, 2015, 2016. This crowd has been even more electric than I've seen in all those years that I've experienced just the crowd atmosphere at the Dome. And I just want to say, like, look, let's go Game 7. This is going to be electric, and let's go crowd. That's all I want to say, guys. I love the show.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. And yeah, I mean, listen.
They were great. You guys were great tonight.
It's wonderful. The work they've done in turning this place into a baseball.
There you go.
Facility. This isn't a multi-purpose stadium. This is a baseball facility. It lives and breathes for baseball, and Taylor Swift every now and then as well. Hey. But they've turned this into a place people talk about. You know, we had a conversation with Andrew Miller, Players Association today, former MLB player, former MLB pitcher. He was talking about being here in 2015 and how crazy it was, and he was talking about this ballpark and just how people around the game are talking about. Like, it's a thing. Yeah. The Rogers Center is a thing. Mm-hmm. And, boy, that is to the credit of the fans.
27th man.
Do we have time to play the Hoffman clip before we go? All right, this is Jeff Hoffman on getting 2 innings tonight and being ready for tomorrow.
I knew it was a possibility. Just kind of depended on where we were in the order coming up. 7, 8, 9, that kind of thing. So, when Raleigh was leading off the 8th inning, I figured that I'd have the 8th and the 9th. So now it's just about recovering and getting ready for tomorrow.
How's your arm feeling after 35 pitches?
Great. Feel great. I'll be ready to go just like always tomorrow, and we'll see how it turns out.
Well, there you go. There will be a tomorrow. Tomorrow is Game 7 at the Rogers Center, 8:08. Is the first pitch on Sportsnet 590, the Fan of Sportsnet. We'll have you covered throughout the day, both on the TV side on Sportsnet and on Sportsnet 590. The Fan, Blair and Barker on tomorrow from 4 to 6, and we'll take you. We'll get you set for Game 7. It's finally here, folks. One more sleep, 27 more outs, and then you know what happens. I'm just going to leave it at that. 6-2, the Blue Jays have beaten the Mariners. Game 7 tomorrow, folks. We'll talk to you then. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
Backs against the wall. We return to Toronto at Rogers Center for Game 6 of the American League Championship Series as the Toronto Blue Jays host the Seattle Mariners. Seattle, one win away from their first ever World Series appearance. The Toronto Blue Jays trying to win and live another day. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Blue Jays Playoff Baseball. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Joe Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young are our technical directors. Raleigh had just asked for time, steps back in the lefty box, and the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. On a slider, Yesavage gets Raleigh. 2 outs in the top of the first.
That's another missed spot. Alejandro Kirk was actually tapping the ground. He wanted that slider below the strike zone, but Cal Raleigh thought fastball actually in that count and was way out in front of that good slider that caught a little bit too much of the plate.
2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. They went to the splitter in an unhittable location, and Naylor fished for it down and away. 1 out.
It almost seemed like Josh Naylor was completely lost. He didn't know if it was going to be the elevated fastball. He didn't know if it was going to be the split finger, and that was a really, really awkward swing from Naylor.
1 out, bases empty. Infield shift to third. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Yesavage has punched out 2 in a row, and 3 of the first 5. 2 down. 2-2 again. Called strike three. 94 at the knees. Yesavage punches out the Mariners in the top of the second, and the Blue Jays try and take that momentum into the bottom half. No score. Blue Jays and Mariners. 4 strikeouts for Trey Yesavage, including getting the side in the top of the second. Again, first and second, no outs. The 2-2. Barger ropes one down in right field, a base hit. Varsho getting the wave around third. He'll score easily. Clement goes first to third, and Barger gives the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second. He comes through in a huge spot to ignite this crowd again. And now they have Logan Gilbert cornered, first and third. Still nobody out in the inning. First and third, no outs. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom 2. And the 1-2 pitch. Rolled over toward third. A slow bouncer. Bare hand. Bobbled by Suarez. Clement in to score. Kiner Valefa safe at first. Up to second goes Barger. It's 2-0 Blue Jays. Still nobody out in the bottom of the second. No outs. Top of the third and the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 5 Ks already for Trey Yesavage. 1 out in the top of the third. He got him on a splitter. This is a guy with 64 combined home runs, regular and postseason, a combined 132 RBIs. And with the Blue Jays up 2-0 in the top of the third, he comes up with the bases loaded, only 1 out. Infield back, they're looking at turn 2 or just getting out. The pitch. Hit on the ground, backhanded by Guerrero. He throws to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play! 3-6-1. Raleigh bounces out to ruin the jam. And the Blue Jays take a 2-0 lead to the bottom of the third. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. 2-0 Blue Jays in Game 6 of the ALCS. So 2 outs, the base is empty. Logan Gilbert about to throw his 55th pitch. It goes to Ernie Clement. Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. Arozarena back on the track. Leaps at the fence. It's off the top of the wall. Clement into second. He'll race for third. Ernie Clement stops at third with a stand-up triple. 4 feet or less from a home run. Runner on third, 2 outs. Gilbert's pitch. Barger lifts the ball, right center. Canzone looking up at the fence. Out of here! Big fly! Addison Barger! And the Blue Jays double their advantage. They're up 4-0 in the third.
This place is shaking. What a swing from Addison Barger. Again, with a huge swing and a huge spot. That run standing at third base with 2 outs. And he comes through. A little hanging pitch at the bottom part of that strike zone. And boy, oh boy, he didn't miss it.
Eventually, one of those hanging sliders or curves was going to be punished. And Barger, the right guy to do it. His second home run of the series. Bases loaded, 1 out. The 0-2. Poked out to second, fielded on a bounce. IKF to second one. Jimenez to first. Double play. They've done it again. They get out of the bases loaded jam. And the Blue Jays up 4-0, middle of the fourth. 4-0 Blue Jays. No outs, top of the fourth. And the 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 6 Ks for Yesavage. 1 out in the top of the 5th inning.
Just like he's done so many times today already. Makes a big pitch in a big spot. Here comes the top of the order, Julio Rodriguez, with Cal Raleigh lurking on deck.
4-0 Blue Jays. 1 on, 1 out, the pitch. On the ground is short. Jimenez to a knee. Throws to second one. IKF to first. Double play. 3 innings in a row. Yesavage gets the twin killer. Dan Wilson asking for a second here. Will he challenge? He will not. 5 scoreless for Yesavage. A 4-0 lead into the bottom of the 5th. The kick in the 1-1. Swing and a laser. Left field in deep. Sinking toward the bullpen. Gone! Placata! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 5-0 Blue Jays in the 5th. His 6th home run of the postseason, and none more important right now. That will knock Logan Gilbert out of this game. 5-0 Blue Jays. No outs, bottom 5. He's maybe, in this exact moment, the 2nd most popular Blue Jay. And there's a guy who hit a home run last inning who's probably the most popular at this point, but Trey is nipping at his heels. 22-year-olds, 1-2. He got him! Struck him out on a splitter. Cal Raleigh goes to 0 for 3. There's 1 out in the top of the 6th.
As soon as you throw a strike at the bottom of the strike zone with a fastball, a hitter can't just say, oh, I'm going to see it up. They have to respect that location, and that's when you throw that split finger below the strike zone, and that's exactly what Yesavage did right there.
Yesavage offers. And the pitch is crushed. Right field and deep. Hooking toward the pole. It's way gone into the porch in right field. Home run, Josh Naylor. In his home country, he put Seattle on the board. 5-1 Blue Jays in the top of the 6th.
That's the type of player that he is. When he makes contact, when he barrels things up, that's what he does. Hit that thing 100 miles an hour. About 390 feet out to right field. He crushed it. He stood there and watched it as well.
Yesavage hands the baseball to John Schneider, and Toronto lets him know how they feel about him and about this outing. 5 2/3, sparkling for Yesavage. A runner on first, in the Blue Jays leading 5-1 in the top of the 6th inning. 3-2 pitch. Hit off the handle, a bloop headed down the right field line, base hit. Coming to third base, Arozarena. They give him the wave. Here's the throw from Guerrero. It's offline, and somehow the Mariners get a run out of that complete miss hit. The baseball gods just smiled down on Seattle. Suarez got nothing on that ball, hit it 58 miles an hour inside the line. It spun into the sidewall, and Arozarena scores from first on the single, 5-2. Vladdy's going to relinquish the hold on first with Suarez off on the pitch. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him on a changeup. He strikes out Crawford to end the top of the sixth. With 3 straight 2-out hits, the Mariners are on the board. It's the Blue Jays 5, the Mariners 2, middle of the 6th inning. Louis Varland is waiting on Rivas, who asked for time. Now the switch hitter batting left taps the plate. 2-2 pitch on the way. Called, strike three, 98 at the knees, 2 down in the top of the 7th. Kirk on first in discussion with Mark Budzinski. Guerrero on second. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Gets away from Raleigh. There goes Vlad. Raleigh's throw to third. Gets away down the left field line. Body up. He'll come in to score. Wild pitch and a rare error from Raleigh. They gift the Blue Jays a 6-2 lead in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, you said it. That is an absolute gift, especially with 2 strikes. Dalton Varsho had to shorten up, and now he can essentially feel comfortable in that batter's box. There's no pressure on him. The Blue Jays have scored that run from second base thanks to Cal Raleigh.
That's a 3rd Mariners error in the game. Heavy infield shift toward first. Switch hitter batting left in Raleigh. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Hoffman strikes out Raleigh, who goes to 0 for 4. He elevated at 95.
An absolutely perfect sequence from Kirk, from Hoffman. Obviously, Cal thinking something off speed there. A slider down, a split finger down. And Hoffman goes upstairs with a good 4-seam fastball, just missing the barrel of Cal Raleigh for the first out of the inning.
Hoffman's 8th pitch to Polanco. He got him. 1 around on a pitch in the dirt. He punched his ticket on a splitter. 2 down in the top of the 8th inning. 4 outs to go. Righty's 0-1 pitch. Flip down the left field line. Going back, Clement looks back to Straw, who charges and makes the grab. 1, 2, 3 against Raleigh, Polanco, and Naylor for Jeff Hoffman. Middle of the 8th inning. 6-2 Blue Jays. The kick and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 down, 2 to go in the top of the 9th.
Jeff Hoffman's really found it, hasn't he? The fastball velocity is there. The command of that fastball is there, and he's really getting on top of that slider and split finger. He's looking like he did in early May and for the majority of April.
Full count, 1 out. Hoffman's payoff pitch. He got him! Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down in the top of the 9th inning. They booed him off this time in August. They're roaring for Jeff Hoffman right now. He struck out 4 of 5 and is 1 out away from forcing Game 7. And the Mariners, for the first time in this game, are down to their last strike. Blue towels waving in Rogers Center with about 45,000 on their feet. Hoffman set, a look to second. And the 1-2. Poked out to shallow third base. Clement makes the grab, and the Blue Jays live another day. 6-2, the final score. The Blue Jays have forced a Game 7 here at Rogers Center.
What a fantastic performance all the way around. Yesavage wasn't perfect tonight, but he made big pitches when he had to. Got out of a couple of bases loaded, 1-out jams with double plays. Like I said when it happened, I don't think I've ever seen that before in back-to-back innings. What a job from him. He didn't seem like this moment was too big for him. It's exactly what the Blue Jays needed, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. came to play yet again.